one of my favorite Boogie moments. And look, I neither like Boogie nor dislike Boogie. You know, he's somewhere in the middle for me. I don't know him in real life. I've never had any interaction with him outside the show, but I'll never forget when he was on the show. And I wish I could quote him exactly because I don't like misquoting.
Oh, no, I know what you're going
I think he was talking about some kind of incident he had with a guy at a gas station. And he was like, I just got mad. And he just looked at me and he saw how mad I was. And he was scared. He backed away because I'll just go crazy on you. I'll just go crazy on you. And he knew. And I remember like me and Woody exchanging this knowing look like,
dude, I remember.
I don't care how mad or crazy that man ever gets. It's not going to matter.
If I see a white male tweeting something like, you know, it kind of sucks to be a woman right now, and I think they need a bit of a hand up, I'll say, you know, that's cool. I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna like that tweet a little bit because it does kind of suck to be a woman sometimes.
No.
And maybe you do need a slight hand. Hey, I'm willing to.
What sucks about being a woman?
That's my personal belief.
I wish I was a woman. I would kill it. I would. Everything is in your. Just, thank you for all the free easy things. Thank you for everything being easy.
Do you want me to use a personal for an example?
I would love.
Okay, I have gone into probably 1,000. I've probably gone into 1,000 gas stations in my lifetime, maybe 10,000 gas stations in my lifetime. My wife twice while I was with her has had her tits or ass grabbed by men who thought that's just how you interact with women.
Where?
Twice in my presence, I've watched it happen here in Northwest Arkansas, of all places. I have watched men grab my wife's ass and tits like it was supposed to happen. A third case that I wasn't there, a guy just got in the car with her. Like there's no woman will ever do that to me, mostly because I'm ugly as shit. I'm not attractive like my wife. But,
okay, look, I believe you. I believe that those things happen to you, and they are shocking. Though.
The fact that it is shocking demonstrates that it happens remarkably
That's
rare.
never happened before, ever. First of all, your wife should have a gun. My girlfriend has a gun. She's pulled it on multiple men. So anybody gets fresh with her, she pulls it out and fucking points the gun.
My wife doesn't need a gun. She has me.
She clearly needs
you have a gun.
She's molested left and right. She's like,
oh, don't worry. I took care of it. I took care of it, dude. Don't worry. I took care of it.
You got to stop it before it happens.
How did you take care of it?
Well, they take one look at me. And I tell them I'm with her, and they fucking get the point. It's not that difficult.
Okay.
You know? I mean, but even that is fucked up. Even that, oh, she's with me, dude. Oh, I guess I can't molest your property.
I've never seen that happen.
Fighting is an athletic endeavor, right? Dick is a fighter. Like, well, even current Boogie's not going to be a great fighter, you know? And he's more athletic than he was 2 years ago.
That's a generous statement. Not going to be a great fighter.
Not a great fighter.
Great fighter.
Not one of the greats. He was good.
He's in the hall of very, very good amongst the fighting greats.
He'd been a contender.
You know,
I remember after that episode with the gas station story, right after it ended and it was all of us coming up with the titles, you were like, before we name the show, can we talk about that gas station story? What the fuck was that about? Like, there's no way he was scaring people at a gas station. Like, it just...
Yeah, and it implied a greater, like I started making inferences about it in general, like, wow, how far away from the truth is his sense of self, right? If he thinks he's mean mugging people at gas stations, getting them to back down, what else does he think about himself? Is he smarter than Einstein? He's already tougher than John Jones. Well, currently.
Shut up, you. Your anti-Semitic ways, I won't stand for it.
Oh, is that what I did?
No, that's what Taylor did, going after Einstein. Clearly an anti-Semite.
I've been caught. Hoisted by my own petard.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about that one, like something like how unaware, like how much can a man lack self-awareness if he thinks he's threatening at 5?
Yes, and even if you do ever think those thoughts, to say it in front of other people
on a podcast,
maybe keep that maybe in the back of your head if you ever thought like kind of a badass, kind of a man's man, high tea kind of individual, you wouldn't be like, and I'm gonna go tell a whole bunch of people that I feel that way. Like maybe keep that one to yourself. Maybe let it.
I wish I had thought of it.
Set in a little.
I wish I had thought of it at the time, so I could be like, dude, that reminds me of a story that happened to me today. Actually, I was at a gas station and two guys were giving me shit. And they were huge. They were, Boogie, how tall are you? Twice that big. And both of them enormous. They take one look at me. They go, my God, that guy's got his dick hanging out of his shorts. What's he going to do with it? Like, just
all your stories should be variants of the college game day parking story. Yeah, there were 6
delivering
freshmen.
Justice.
There were 6 freshmen reserving a parking spot, and I swept them aside.
I threw one from the 5th floor.
I grabbed one's feet and swung him. I used him as a weapon amongst the others.
Yeah, have any of you guys? Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah, but I feel differently about the thing now, knowing that Boogie challenged this man to come to his house, because
I need to hear it.
Different.
I'm basing this on nothing. Dick, are you telling the story straight and true down the middle?
You meet me in my front yard in 5 minutes, and we'll see who ends up on top.
Is it possible that perhaps Frank Hassel was provoking Boogie, and Boogie was kind of trying not to be a total puss on the call, saying, come at me?
This has happened to me before. What happened to Boogie? A guy just being an asshole has come to my house, and a guy who I think has schizophrenia has come to my house. I handled them both by saying, do not come to my house. Like, do not come to my house. Do not come to my house. I answered both with a loaded gun, open the door, shut the door. Because as far as I'm concerned, like, you can go knock on somebody's door, and that's that's legal in America. I would never have handled it the way Boogie does, which is screaming like the ultimate warrior. It was a mix of this shit ends or I will end it. Don't come to my house, and you're a fucking pussy if you don't come to my house and get your reckoning, because I will kill you. It was like straight up premeditated murder on Boogie. It was like the episode of The Simpsons when Homer tricks Flanders into coming over so he can kill him.
Yeah. Okay, so you read into the Boogie stuff, right? So let me lay it out a little bit.
Yes.
So Boogie self-released some sort of documentary about himself, when? Like this week. And
oh Jesus!
Before it came out, he tweeted and he was like, "I'm literally shaking because I'm like nervous about what people are going to think about, the documentary that I made about myself.
The tell-all.
The tell-all about myself that I made and uploaded to my channel." And Taylor, what was the thing that was so embarrassing and so terrible that Boogie did?
There was a lot of embarrassing stuff in there. And it's not on his channel. It's on some other guy, like a documentarian's channel.
My bad.
And we're like, at the end, he was like, Boogie wasn't compensated for this and all that. But it leads off with him talking about how he has no money. He's broke. He's showing his bank account on his phone, being like, I've got $2,000 and I owe $170,000 on my house. And then it does that docudrama style thing where it's like, Boogie spent $200,000 over the course of 4 years on hookers, prostitutes, vacations, and sugar babies.
It's called The Dark, Sad Life of Boogie.
Yeah.
Yes. It's another and they had a psychologist on there who's like, this guy's just addicted to self-pity. He frames everything and woe is me and all that. But there was some stuff in there that made him look really stupid and shitty. The owing $170,000 on your house, following his level of YouTube success after blowing $200,000. Yeah, that's the exact picture. $163,000, whatever it is, on his house. Spending through $200,000. Because he's in a bath. There's so much of this video, of this documentary. So much of it, he's in a bath.
He stole that from my videos.
Yeah, he stole it from your video with Wings. But he was in the bath a lot, which I hated. I wish that the documentarian should took him out of it. Yeah, because it's jarring. It's the strongest bath structurally on Earth.
David Attenborough explained this. These large marine mammals, when they get in water, they become
Boogie can't swim, but he can run swiftly across the bottom of the basin.
He will never leave the water permanently. He's a fucking hippopotamus.
I feel bad. That's so funny.
North American pity whale.
That's basically it. Yeah, he's just a big fatty, and it opens up. He's in the bath, and his 20-year-old girlfriend is in the bath with him, and they're both wearing swimsuits because they're doing this and that, and she's crawling up on him. She's normal weight.
No, describe her though. How's she look?
Blonde. There was a part in there that she's her little backstory was Jennifer or whatever the fuck is did not have a father figure growing up. And I was like, that checks out. And
Zach says she's 18.
Oh, I thought it said, I think it's 20. Like, I'm pretty sure 20 is what it said next to her name in the little
calling Zach a liar?
Maybe I misremembered it and she's 18, but I'm pretty sure it's 20. Yeah, because he's like 47, 48. She's 20. He's a big fatty. And she was like climbing him like she was like someone was going to jump on Boogie's torso and then she would fly off of his stomach into the lake. Like ambling up onto him like the blob. And like they're like doing a little kissing on the bath in the bath, and that was reprehensible. I hated it.
Human fucking bouncy castle.
Yeah, he's a 20-year-old girlfriend, and she seems like pretty like she has her own litany of issues. Like,
was she fuckable? That's what everyone wants to hear, man. Like you're skipping around here. Is she fuckable?
Oh,
like, is this a sexy young lady?
This is the best.
She's over 18, right?
Yes. She's over 18. I mean, Boogie's fucking her, so better.
God damn it! I'll have to see for myself.
Like, she is better looking than I could ever imagine someone like Boogie being with.
Would
like,
you swipe right on her?
I don't know. Not if there was a bunch of troublesome backstory.
Not if
like,
you,
not if
I
saw
that photo of her climbing on top of Boogie.
Not if I knew that she had been with Boogie
Daddy
and that was her.
Not a
damaged goods
backstory.
Daddy
I don't
issues
know. Are plural, right?
It seems like
crazy.
Depends on the context.
I'm not going to say anything negative about her. She's just someone in Boogie's like shitty world.
I didn't realize she looked like a victim. Now that I've that's what you say. You say I don't want to sexualize her. Frankly, she looks like a victim to me, Kyle. And then I stopped doing that. Now I look like an awful person.
No, you've never looked like a piece of shit on this show ever.
You made it sound like she was like a sexy prostitute.
So anyway, back to
no.
I was
let's
go there
let's
too,
cool off here
You're
for a bit and do a little 1940s math. See, like that's
all right.
her.
Now this is funny as fuck. Okay, leave this up.
Yeah,
this is our background for the rest of the show.
Basically, and they also Boogie he made Magic the Gathering players look really bad, which Magic the Gathering players don't need a lot to do. But one part of the documentary I didn't like enjoy. Like he has his like big gaggle of friends over for Magic the Gathering night or whatever, and they're all like big fat guys who play Magic the Gathering, clearly not used to being on camera. And like Boogie's sitting there talking to him, being like, Joe, we need to start bringing girls around here more. You haven't dated in forever. And Steve, when's the last time you were on a date, man? And it's like these big fat guys who are like his friends who play Magic with him. And it's like, this is not
this picture. Can we talk about this picture a little more? First of all, Zach pointed out her toes are as long as fingers. That
I had just seen that.
What is happening with like? It looks like the dog's been photoshopped or cut off there. His belly ends there.
Yeah. Where's her big toe?
They're in front of a green screen, or they're using one of those onboard like background blur things. It looks like to me like. But
it just did a bad job.
You get the reference, right?
It makes him look.
Everybody gets what they're dressed up as, right? I don't
the Hutt and
well, he looks like a Pokemon Machamp. Because like he doesn't have a bottom half of his body.
Geodude, so you're thinking of?
Or Geodude, yeah, sorry.
There you go. I would say he's more of a Snorlax vibe.
As I look at her, I think this is a person who probably won't get super fat as she ages.
No,
so a win for you, huh?
I wouldn't. I
always say, Woody, hypothetical single you do much better than this. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
thank you.
Definitely, but like
she'd be hairy as fuck, belly button hair everywhere.
The life I could have lived.
He talked about like sleeping with prostitutes, and there was like even one of those interviews with a prostitute who like had the voice garble thing on like this, like, and she was saying like, I did sleep with Boogie2988, and you know there are a lot of folds, and it took me quite a while to find his penis, and like,
she didn't say that, did she?
Yes.
There's a lot of folds.
And it took a while to find his penis. And so, like, and it wasn't just prostitutes. Like, I was texting within our group chat to Chiz, and Chiz was like, there's no fucking way he spent $200,000 on prostitutes in 4 years. And I'm like, well, he's like rolling in like sugar babies and vacations and all of that sort of stuff into it. So like I could easily see that, all while owing a mortgage and his YouTube career falling apart, by the way, which is like bad bad planning for him. And it was like there were still a lot of parts of it where it was like kind of a woe is me kind of thing. He does like a shrooms trip to try and reset himself or something. And the dude who is like his shrooms guide was like, I can't believe that the best clips they had of that dude was what they put in there, because the guy literally said at one point, he's like, yeah, you just take these and what it does is it resets yourself. And I'm saying this much more cogently than he did. He's like, and after you're done, all those atoms in your brain, they go back to their original place and kind of reset. And I'm like, yeah, all those atoms reset. Like that's how. No, he said atoms. You said
Taylor,
the atoms.
You sound like a science denier, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't trust the science, and I don't trust that science. That
sounded pretty
really
sciencey.
Nice. Yeah, the atoms is a scientific word, but it didn't sound like
shaman denial.
Yeah,
you're a shaman denier.
It would like throughout it, he would like go to do something else, and it would show his bank account, and he'd be like, I have to go to Friday Night Magic because it's only $30, and if I don't show up, then people are going to assume I'm broke, and that's too embarrassing. And so I got to go. And then it like shows him leaving with his magic cards, waddling out there. And it shows like a graphic where it's like in red, minus $30, new account balance, 1,906 or whatever.
What the fuck, man? All right. Well, look.
Is he still a friend of the show?
Yes.
We don't dislike him. Like
we don't dislike him, but like, what do you say when I'm not going to pretend like this isn't wild and sad.
It's a bit salacious.
And then we have like a joke at his expense, to be fair.
Or 10 or hours of them.
Was it when Sam Hyde was on? Because Sam had that clip of himself on his show or whatever with that other guy, and the guy's like, "Hey, did you hear that Boogie has cancer?" And Sam just starts dying laughing. He's just like, "Yeah!" He thinks it's so funny. It's like, so that kind of led us down a road of being a little negative, I suppose, when Sam was here.
Well, he did have cancer, right? That was real. Am I right?
He did, but he had basal cell carcinoma.
Oh, come on. Me and
the same one
that cancer.
That you guys he went through like a whole minute where he's like, I'm going to go through a list of everything that's wrong with me medically. And he was like talking about his medical bills and everything. And like, it was one of those broken out lists where it's like, oh, there's a huge amount of stuff on this list, but 80% of it is like a spin-off or a tangent of being morbidly obese. He's like, my blood pressure's high and I'm diabetic and this and that and this and that. And it's like,
triglyceride.
you're my triglyceride. It's like, yeah, but you're splitting into a million things. What adds up to like, most of this is being morbidly obese. And then in the middle of the documentary, not even making himself look better, he's like, I'm broke. I'm flat broke. I need 5 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell. And then he would go and buy all those and eat it, wolf it down.
Wait, was he buying fast food? Like
he was buying fast food? Dude, it was a 55-minute documentary. I think he had fast food 5 times.
You know how much a chicken quesadilla, how far do you push him, right? Like we've had people on here who said things that I found to be unbelievable. And I feel like I ended up pushing them to an awkward place that was uncomfortable for y'all at times. It's like, nah,
if Boogie was a billionaire, I would have been like, dude, I bet you fucked up a whole gang of people at that 7-Eleven.
Remember that guy, Boogie's crazy story about like mean mugging people into pissing themselves, and the one guy got in a knife fight, had a stab wound. I was like, show me this. Where did he stab? Where did the knife go in?
I beat myself up over that Boogie interaction for like a year. I was like, how did I sit there and let him get away with that obvious bullshit? Where he
so like bizarre that you thought about this at all.
Yeah, no, I don't
never thought about it again.
Good for you. No, I don't like me about that. Like and next time he came on the show,
it's just polite.
I brought it up again. It's polite, but it's a level of, if I told you I could fly when you're not looking, you'd be like, where are you going with this?
Well, you didn't say you could fly. What if you just said on the show something, like, oh yeah, I did a quadruple backflip and I knew you only did a triple backflip. I'm not gonna call you out on it or nothing, I don't know. He was just trying to let us know that he was a tough guy too. Maybe at the time we were all doing some tough guy shit and he felt a little left out. He probably came on and like, what are you guys doing? I'm like, I'm shooting fucking steroids in my ass. What, you, Taylor? Oh, I'm fucking training for this I'm doing archery and like beating kids up at baseball games. And Woody's over there flying through the sky doing a motorcycle rider thing. And he was like, yeah, man, shit. I just punk big guys out at gas stations and shit on the reg. Like, just all up in their face,
just slapping them in the face with Charleston shoes, daring them to do something.
I just came in from the Quickie Mart and I got a whole handful of licorice.
Yeah, it's like Jurassic Park. The guy he was about to like dominate was looking at his cup of soda on the counter, and the reverberation of Boogie approaching.
I got a challenge.
Yeah,
I weigh about 100 pounds less than you.
Oh yeah.
I think I still have a bigger belly.
I don't know. How many inches are you weighing? I'm at about 78 inches.
I wear a 58 in pants.
I got you so beat, dude.
We should do a belly off.
I'm telling you. Well, let's
do a belly off.
I don't have anything to measure with.
We don't have to measure. We just have to show.
Oh yeah, all right, fine, yeah, let's do it.
There's now going to be a belly off.
There's a belly off on PKA.
No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Oh shit. No man. Oh no.
But be sure to subscribe to Rock On at 1M1. By the way,
was there a clear winner? I think Boogie might have had him.
Yeah, Boogie had him.
Yeah,
I'm truly an abomination. Yay!
How about another challenge? You two challenge each other to a diet and see who can stick to it the longest.
I've lost.
Wings, I saw you doing sit-ups today in your video, which was an awesome video.
I didn't catch his video right away, and Joe Lozon hits my cell phone saying he's excited about you doing sit-ups.
Yeah, dude. What I've been having my doing is like I'm very bad at keeping to a diet. I'm one of the worst people in the world, but I love food. Every time I'm stressed out, every time I have a problem, I go to large pizzas, hamburgers, milkshakes. These are what I love and enjoy. I really love eating. I never want to stop eating. But I have to stop eating if I want to see 60.
Wings has had every opportunity there ever was, okay? He could have been as big as me. He could have been bigger than me. But he puts his foot in his mouth. The one thing Wings of Redemption needs to do is shut his mouth, and I'm going to shut his mouth for him.
Yeah. We've been talking about the, I guess, still prospective fight between you and Wings for a bit. We're hoping it happens.
I think it's pretty much a done deal. The only thing that has to happen is the contract has to get signed.
That's like everything.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, is the issue with the contracts not being signed, because we had this discussion earlier before you got here, is it that you don't have that contract in your hands?
Yeah, if it was in my hands, I would have already signed it.
Is the same true for Wings? The issue is that you guys both don't have contracts to you.
Yeah, I think Keemstar is wanting to make a big ado, is what I think. I think he's wanting to do like a little film a little bit with me. Like we can't really do a signing in real life because I'm not traveling all the way to Wings. Wings is sure shit not traveling all the way to me. So I think he wants to like send like a camera guy here and a send a camera guy there, and then we'll do all that. And then like interview us a little bit. So I saw kind of what he was wanting to do. But I also wonder if like KSI believes in this fight and stuff, because like I mean I know Keem does for sure, but I don't know if KSI is like
your fight.
Yeah, I don't know if KSI believes in like the thing we're trying to do here, which is again Keemstar's words, set the internet on fire, because me and two morbidly obese LolCowlives going at each other in a stream is going to be fucking fun to watch.
Your fight with Wings is a much bigger deal to me than KSI with Joe. What's his name? I don't even know who KSI.
Well, I think
Fournier is. Who is that?
I think Keemstar said it best in that once like YouTube boxing became boxing, it's boring now. But it's interesting when it's like weird creators doing like I love watching like dad fights and watching like Harley fight. Those are good fights. I was interested in those because those are unique people and unique fights. And so, I mean, how much more unique could it get than like two 400-pound dudes slugging the shit out of each other? I mean, it's either going to be over quick or it's going to be like slow to watch, but hopefully
I'm worried you're going to fall.
Right? Like,
yeah. Are you worried about that?
Dude, if I fall, I'm not getting back up. I don't know.
What is your biggest fear going into this fight, Boogie? Like, I know mine. It might not be what you expect.
My doctor's biggest fear is my biggest fear, which is like, I had a conversation with my doctor, and this is like 6 months ago when it was potentially boxing same height. So completely different situation, but still. I'm like, can I do this fight? And my doctor's like, you're not asking the right question, man. And I'm like, what's the right question? He goes, should you do this fight? And I'm like, okay, should I? And he goes, probably not at your age and your health. That's a really bad decision. I'm like, what is your problem with it? And he's like, stroke, heart attack, broken jaw, broken back. Any of this stuff happens, it's not going to heal correctly. You have a stroke or heart attack, you could die in the ring. Like, can you handle that kind of stress? I'm like, I don't know, but what if we work up towards it? What if I lose some weight? What if I start training? And that's what got me back into the pool last summer. And I've been working on my mobility. I've been working on my endurance and trying to get there because I don't want to die in the ring.
Yeah, I don't want you to either. Can I give you some some genuine advice?
Yeah.
When people fall, they catch themselves incorrectly. It's our instinct is to do this. This doesn't work because these bones are some of the weakest in our body, and you're going to be wearing gloves, so it'll force your hands even worse. So if you were to fall and you try to catch yourself like that, you're going to break something. You really want to fall like this, and roll, like fall with the back of your hand and not the front, or you're going to break.
I broke my shoulder from a fall about 4 years ago.
Yeah, you shouldn't try to catch yourself at all.
Yeah, I tried to catch myself and I just shattered my shoulder.
What are you doing for training, Boogie? Like, we've seen the clip of you in maybe at home hitting a heavy bag of some sort.
It's really not much. I'm walking my dogs every day, and then I'm working on my footwork a little bit, and then I'm hitting my bag a lot, and I'm hitting the 15-pound weights whenever I'm watching YouTube or movies and stuff. And I'd say throughout the day, since I'm probably still doing less than most people do at the gym in a week.
Why haven't you gone to a boxing coach?
I have one in the area who wants to work with me, and I'm waiting until the contract is signed before I waste his time. I don't want to waste anybody's time. And so once this pen is on paper, he's more than glad to work with me. And I'm obviously going to need to, because like I saw Wings doing his I saw a clip of him, watched it on live stream tonight on my Twitch channel.
Just a little shadow boxing.
Yeah, a little shadow boxing. Like, saw his footwork and stuff. And I'm like, man, he's got at least some form. I don't see him doing any actual like working out yet or anything like that. I don't see him doing any strength training or anything like that. Which is what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get stronger.
Surprised me with his movement. Like, I don't think if I were to shadow box, and I don't want to embarrass myself, but I think I'd look a lot like Wings did, which is to say not great, but not terrible either.
I mean, he's more agile than me on his feet. Like, that's my biggest issue. I'm probably heavier than Wings right now. If I had to guess, I'm 390. I think Wings is taller than me. I've never been in the same room as him.
6'4".
Yeah, okay, so he's taller than me for sure.
He claims to be 6'4". That's kind
of Woody. He believed you.
I believe. I don't know, man.
What you had the opportunity right there to allow him to go on imagining a giant. like he's like, wait a minute, he's 375, 6'4". Wait, that's like just a giant man.
You had me scared for a second. I was like, oh my God, he's gonna have so much more reach. And then if he's more agile.
Thank God I haven't signed to that.
How tall are you, Boogie?
Dude, I'm 5'9.5", real close to 10. So I call it 5'10". I've also called it 5'9" in the past, but a little over 5'9.5".
He's a little taller than you.
I think if I'm hearing this right, as hopeful as you are and everybody else is that it happens, we are still in that hoping that it happens. And but we're, if I might say so, you guys are promoting the fight, if you will, as if it's already a go. And so you're telling me about what you're going to do, where you're going to do, when you should be talking about why you're going to do it.
Oh, I'll tell you.
If you talk about why you're going to do it, will it get it going?
I'll tell you the why I'm wanting to do it. I did a shitload of psychedelics recently. I don't know. I went the Joe Rogan route. And one of the things I want to do while I've got your all's attention is to apologize to you guys and apologize to your audience, because the last few times I was on your show, I was pretty much a ripe dick. And I kind of hate that I was that person.
That's okay. We're dicks too.
We're all dicks, man. It
that
doesn't
just
matter.
made you want.
Well, I was kind of a self-centered, obnoxious fuckface, and I kind of hate myself for being that person. Psychedelics has made me rethink a lot of that stuff. So one of the reasons I'm wanting to do this is because it's an interesting story to tell. It's an interesting way. If I died in the ring, that's a great way to go out, right? Like, people die, but not everybody dies fighting for their life.
That would go viral.
Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah,
those are all nice. Those are real nice things you're saying, but I wouldn't put down money for that. What I put down money for is if you told me about what a piece of shit Wings was and how you're going to put that down once and for all. How you think how you need. That's what
you may not
put. This is about putting an animal down, and you need to be talking about how he's the one who wanted to fight in London because of the age of fucking consent. You need to be talking about how he's only going to London because there's some girl from Rainbow Six over there that he's wanting to meet up, and he's bringing.
Is that true? Okay, then I will beat his ass. Okay. I will murder this motherfucker.
No, but you need to say these things.
I'll tell you,
mean them.
For me, man, I'm fighting for my life at this point. I'm fighting for my career. I'm fighting for people's respect. And here's the other thing: if I get like, I think I'm due an ass beating. I feel like a lot of people are going to want to watch me get my ass beat. Now I'm trying to win this thing. Don't get me wrong. But if the downside of it is I get my ass beat for some of my obnoxious ass behavior, that's okay. I think that's worth seeing. I think that's worth watching. Now that's what you're trying
to do here, but this is a fight.
Yeah,
we go the other way. You need to go because here's what you got to do. You've got to upset him. That is your goal. Because if you can upset him, then he will say stupid things.
How about I don't upset him?
Then
I just sucker punch his ass in the ring because he thinks I'm going light, and I just 1-2 jab his ass, and then I win.
But you could try, but he's quick.
No, you're never going to sell me that it's going to be quick.
Yeah, actually, I do want to see heel Boogie. I'm with Kyle on that.
All right, fuck it. Okay, all right. Let's see what I got.
Boogie will sell.
Okay, here we go.
Not here necessarily. You don't have to make anything.
No, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Here we go. This is for you, Kyle. This is for your audience, Kyle.
It's for you.
Thing about Wings, okay? Wings has had every opportunity there ever was, okay? He could have been as big as me. He could have been bigger than me, but he puts his fucking foot in his mouth. The one thing Wings of Redemption needs to do is shut his fucking mouth, and I'm going to shut his fucking mouth for him. If he just shut the fuck up and played some fucking video games and had a good time doing it, people would tune in and watch that shit and support that motherfucker. He had an opportunity when this Call of Duty shit was big. Look what you guys did with that opportunity, okay? Everybody in this room was successful except Jordan. So what the fuck is that about, Wings? It's all about one thing. It's your fucking mouth, and I'm going to shut that fucking thing for you.
Boom. You have been called out, Wings. Now you have to come on the show and give your own soliloquy about Boogie.
Yeah.
And we're going to drive it up. We're going to get excited. I'm excited. I'm hoping that this fight isn't what I'm imagining, like a 20 to 23 second bout before someone tragically falls over and it is ended.
Oh, I don't think so.
I hope it's longer than that. I don't know.
I think both of us can take a beating, man. And we got like a pretty center mass. Like, I don't know, man. I think my mom used to do shit to me before breakfast more than Jordy could do to me all fucking day.
Okay, I'm here for it.
That's what you should do.
I mean, like, I mean, for real though.
I'm not scared of Wings, but don't bring my mom.
Yeah, unless Wings brings like a fucking cigarette lighter and a knife and shit, it's going to be pretty
Wings,
great
paying attention
shit for me. You know,
Wings, you paying attention? He's afraid of cigarettes. Okay, you should be smoking in the face off.
Dude, Wings is gonna come in there like Mrs. Doubtfire, smoking into the ring, ready to bring up childhood trauma.
Oh man,
the traumatizer. That's what they call him. I now about the fight coming up with you and Wings. Is it encouraged for you to pick up a persona, a character, something like that, a costume, perhaps?
The Green Bastard from Party.
The Green Bastard would be great. I'd love to do
the Green Bastard. I was thinking if you can get the licensing nailed down, if you could kind of like come dressed as Grimace.
I was like trying to get like some silk shorts, but they don't make that much silk, so I don't know if that's gonna work out.
Yeah, you could contact like a sailing company.
Right. Yeah. I was literally like Wings and I were talking like, where do we get shorts? Amazon goes to like 3x.
You and Wings are talking behind the scenes cordially.
I wouldn't call it necessarily cordially. We're in a group chat with Keemstar and stuff.
Okay.
So like
that's better than I think.
Yeah, so you're not like sucking each other's dicks over here or anything.
No, I thought like low key you guys were like friends. Like, all right, are you scared? Yeah, I'm scared too.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a while. I think it's gonna be a while till I'm friends with Wings. No offense. Like I'll do respect for another LolCow or whatever you want to call us, right? But at the same time, I don't see us breaking open a fucking Mountain Dew anytime soon.
You've got a real house, don't you, Boogie? Don't you live in a real house?
I live in a place that has like multiple doors and has no wheels on it. So
let me ask you a question. If your mama wanted,
see, this is the kind
let
of.
me ask you this, Boogie. I would point out that if your mama, for example, wanted to, she could not hook a big truck up to your house and drive away with it. That just
absolutely not.
That just ain't true in Conway, South Carolina. I would point out things like that. I'd be mean and ruthless because you've got to like trigger him to like come back or to lose control. Either way,
a foundation owner.
You know, you were talking about not wanting to watch the world see you get beat up, dude. If I lose to Wings, that's going to be some embarrassing shit.
No, No, well, look,
that's fucking embarrassing. He may be 10 years younger than me. He may be fucking taller. He may be better looking or what. I don't fucking know. But you know, I think Wings beats my ass up. I don't
think you should feel embarrassed at all losing to Wings because of all the things you just said. Like
you're
going up against somebody younger, lighter, taller. Like if he loses to you, he will be embarrassed.
That's how you got to think about this. You're absolutely right.
Heavier,
all the pressure is on Wings.
You're
Wings
the underdog, dude.
Yeah, you're the underdog here. If he's the one who should feel the fucking pressure, all you've got to do is fucking have like a Rocky-esque moment and go the distance. Like that should be your goal, is fucking finishing, like getting to the fucking end, like because Wings, like we've said, he's bigger, faster, and stronger in like all the ways that matter, and he's younger too. And he hasn't had the health issues that you've had to deal with or the background that you've had to deal with. He's got a lot of advantages going into this thing.
Silver spoon. He was born.
So you shouldn't feel bad at all for losing to that guy.
Hey, Kyle, if you could fight one YouTuber, Kyle,
spork in his mouth,
who would you fight?
See, I don't watch
content
YouTube.
Creator. It doesn't have to be YouTube.
Okay,
TikTok,
plastic
fucking celebrity if you want. But
I mean, there's a reason that Harley called out Dr. Disrespect, because if you lose to the doc, who's fucking surprised? But if you have a flash of a moment against him, everybody's gonna kiss your ass, and it's also a massive draw, so you'd make a lot of fucking money. So I'd want to fight someone like that, regardless of what they're gonna do to me, because I think that a rational person will look at like outcomes based on the matchup. Like I wouldn't be embarrassed to lose to a professional fighter. I'd be scared to lose to one. That's why I didn't want to fight Diego, because they wanted me to fight in bare knuckle boxing. They wrap their hands with like tape, and they cut each other a lot. Their faces are often shredded up. And this is a fucking professional athlete.
Oh yeah, he would have destroyed something beautiful.
He destroyed my fucking ego. He'd have murdered me. He could kill me with his hands. So like I wouldn't want to do anything like that. But I don't know, man. I really don't watch a lot of like content in general. But I just wouldn't. I would want to be, make as much money as possible, though. That would be all I care.
Oh, yeah, I get respect.
Kyle's making a lot of sense. You want to call out someone who's a draw, and that's why I'm using this opportunity. Jenna Marbles, come at me, bitch. You and I. Oh, we have to talk about the fight. We have. I can't believe we haven't talked about his fight at all.
We need to watch the clip,
dude. I was when he came out there singing his own rapping his own walkout song. Amazing. I got hyped. I was in a Discord call with PKA fans. We were all hyped. He was a showman, and he was just exuding confidence. And I was, people don't know, I was texting Wings before the fight that morning, back and forth. I like to text because he's obviously having a big day. It's a big deal. He can choose our level of engagement and walk away. It's not like the phone where he's like, fuck, I wish I wasn't here. So, but we were texting, and Wings got a lot of confidence by watching Boogie struggle with the stairs. And like Harley mentioned that line, like, you're going to defeat me. You struggled with the stairs on the walk up the stairs. And he was telling me, like, that guy couldn't get up the stairs without the handrail. I've got this. Like, he felt really good about it. And he was right. During the walkout, Wings rapped his own song. And one, he did well at it. But two, like, I feel like if I did that, if I put myself in his shoes, the whole time I'd be wondering if, like, what people were thinking of me, and you'd see it. You'd see that, like, lack of confidence.
He doesn't have that thing.
No, he was just out there doing it. He was just being a showman. And he goes out there, and they start the fight. Boogie is on a stool. Boogie's on a stool, not like conserving his energy. He doesn't want to stand while he waits for the white.
Bad look.
It's such a bad look. They're like, oh my gosh, this guy is like, look, anyone can get tired in a fight. Fighting is exhausting, more so than you might realize. But to sit on a stool and everything, like, standing is not that exhausting. Anyway, do you want to watch the fight, or do you just want to like cover it real quick? It's 10 minutes. Good gosh.
We were allowed to watch the whole thing, aren't we?
There's got to be a highlight.
Maybe play like highlights or clips of it. I maybe it would be cool if you were. This would be hard, but if you jumped around to the shit we're talking about, I wanted to talk about when he came out rapping. First of all, we were fucking
hyped.
Everybody was like talking a little, but I was like, he's singing, shut up.
He's singing, shut up.
Because I couldn't believe he was singing. Now, here's what I was impressed by the whole night. Maybe the most impressive thing he did. your heart's gonna be racing right in that moment. You would think if you're a normal human being,
Sure.
maybe I'm not sure that he like gave a shit at that moment. He was. I wish we'd had a heart monitor on him even. But when he comes out, like he has to walk and rap.
Like a $4 happy drunk. I'm the papa big mama because your daddy's drunk. I'm gonna
Oh my
pump it up like a good year flip. Make you holler for $1.
Look at him.
Dude, he's
happy.
killing it.
He's in his comfort zone somehow.
So good.
Look at him. Look,
And
did you see
right
how
hand
well he
flip.
got in?
Yeah.
If you watch
Boogie nearly tripped.
Yeah, Boogie, when he leaned forward, he had to like run to get his legs back under his upper body to sort of catch it. It was a center of gravity thing.
I had not seen the clip of him coming onto the stage doing the rapping. That's great. That is so much cooler and better than I thought his entrance would look. You're right. He looked comfortable as shit. His little like casual pointing, like he looks in his element there. Good for
He's
Wings.
playing to the crowd. He was just in his happy place somehow.
I got to see Boogies now by
like
comparison.
UFC champions don't have bigger nerves than Wings appeared to going into that fight.
Yes.
I would be
what I was
nervous.
going to say was the combination of him being huge or whatever, having to walk out, rapping, and the scariness of that moment. He should have been out of breath when he got in there. So one of those things just isn't true anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he had any nerves. I think he's just like whatever that is in a person that gives you nerves, and you're like, oh, what will people think? I don't think he has that. He's out there like with fucking ice in his veins.
This is the heaviest combined fight in the history of boxing.
That's
awesome. Like the clips of those wildebeests.
Ariel Helwani tweeted. Ariel watched this with his kids. Ariel Helwani's like the biggest MMA journalist in the world.
So Wings gets some punches on Boogie. Right about now, Boogie is surprised that this is an actual fight. He's like, "Oh, damn! We're punching to the face." Okay, yeah. And Boogie spends a lot of the rest of the fight.
Boogie did. Boogie won that one at least.
Oh, are they taping his pants?
Oh yeah, here comes the taping the pants.
Yeah, the moon nearly rose.
Maybe leave the volume on.
Right.
Boogie has been.
Yeah. It's.
I'm so pissed about this, by the way. I streamed 2 days ago or something like that, and someone just went, oh, "Did you see the Wings fight?" And that's how I found out that it even happened. I was because it was in London. I would have 100% gone to this, but I didn't.
On paper, you might think that this wasn't a fun fight to watch, but when you're there and you have the whole wardrobe malfunction, you have like the announcement team having a little bit of silly fun with it, the walkouts, and then Wings putting on a really good showing, like better than I think. I mean, this is what I thought he'd do, but I thought Boogie would have something to go with it because Wings was throwing these kind of combinations, just this sort of 1-2 overhand thing against like Keemstar overt flow or somebody holding mitts, and that's maybe a week or two ago we saw that, and I was like, oh no, Wings hits hard. Wings hits hard.
Man, this isn't going
and
well.
Boogie's realizing that right now too.
The trouble is Boogie never earned his respect, right? Like you've got to get Wings playing a little D2. Nope, Wings was free to tee off all fight long.
Yeah. There's that clip, like that GIF I've seen 50 times now of like Boogie like slowly turning his face like directly back into Wings' glove. Have you seen that one? Just getting replayed all over. It's a bad. I don't think there was any point at that Wings was not having a blast based on it. Like it looks like he's having an actively good time. After like the first couple seconds where it's like, wait, you mean I just get to tee off up here? Okay.
Did Boogie land 0 punches? I don't remember any.
I didn't see any in those clips.
So, and again, fight analyst Kyle here called this.
Okay.
We saw him with no hip rotation, right? Those arm punches I talked about. The real problem, it seemed like, was his shoulders, though. He couldn't get his arms elevated enough to get any strikes in at all. And he was shorter man by a considerable amount. And man, Wings can throw punches and Boogie can't. And in boxing, that is a real problem. If one guy can punch and the other one cannot.
I hate to disparage a man's courage because it hits so deep. But what Boogie was doing in there, turning his head, looking the other way, getting hit in the back,
That's
just
instinct, you know.
just putting. Well,
yeah, that's
what
all
he
could do.
needed was to take punches to the nose, keep his hands up, and return fire. What he did is just put his hand away, look the other way, hope for mercy, and there was no mercy to be found in that ring.
I know.
That's so funny.
I know. I've been. There was no. But Wings hadn't forgotten, and he hadn't forgiven.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the edits to come out of all
wasn't-
that. Holy shit.
Boogie wasn't engaged facing the music and returning fire. He was just looking the other direction and putting up the weakest defense you possibly could.
Well, he'd had no training.
I mean, like, no, Boogie getting. That's an interesting action shot. Boogie getting getting into the ring at all is brave. Like that dude is like Boogie isn't retarded. He knew he was gonna get fucked up. Like if he didn't know, that, then like he's being silly. Like he knew he was gonna get messed up.
I bet he thought it was
went
like
in there anyway.
20-1 or something.
So like just to go and do a boxing match shirtless in front of this many people, like that's brave of you. That takes balls.
Yep.
Especially knowing that it's very likely that you're going to get fed, like that absolutely takes balls.
Maybe that's why he did it. Maybe he thought there was food in there.
I think
I'm going to feed you.
I know it wasn't a good showing by Boogie, but it's like I told him when he was on here. If you finish, you should count that as a win. If you don't go
100%.
down, you should count that as a win because you're dealing with a much younger, and I don't mean healthy as sort of in like oh, I don't know, you don't look very healthy. I mean like a man with far fewer serious medical issues than him, a healthier, younger, like fitter man who's bigger. I don't know if I said that, considerably bigger, and I don't mean like
he's taller. Yeah,
taller and more muscular.
I think he's lighter though.
He's like 12 years younger. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it went well for Boogie, but at least he finished. You know, he got his check. I saw he did a reaction video. I think Boogie did, and so like that means he's in high spirits about the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
I say big ups to Wings, big ups to Boogie, both of them for doing it. Very impressive. None of us were quick to say like, oh yeah, this is going to happen. We all thought, oh, it's going to back up. No, they fucking proved a lot of people wrong. Got their asses in the ring and fought. That was with how much fun Wings had. He's gonna get back in the mix. You think?
Yeah, he's heavier, but like he's just taller and broader and like he's
see,
bigger
Wings looks like
frame.
a boxer here, and Boogie looks like he's in one of those like Dove body commercials.
Yeah, like it's a body acceptance Dove commercial, and there's gonna be a pregnant black lady next to him with stretch marks, and and an Indian lady who's got a huge ass but no boobs.
I'll fight Wings and or Boogie. That would be good. You could swap this scale out.
Don't
from like
agree to that.
404
Don't agree to
LBs.
that.
Why?
They would set that up.
Wings is gonna piece you up.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing,
How
and
tall
he
is he?
weighs.
He's
what is
about
that, 3 of you?
5'10", 5'9".
He's the same height. You know, they got equal chance. I reckon.
You think you could beat up Wings of Redemption?
No, I don't think I've got enough mass in my arm to throw.
No, he's on T as well.
Is he?
Wait,
that's
how he
right.
fight? Wings has been on T for over a year. That's the other thing. I don't know if
we
he's on
talked about
T.
his schedule like every 2 weeks. I don't know if it's the same, but we.
Here's what Boogie should do. He should cry out asterisk. Fucking show pictures of Wings holding the bottle of testosterone and the syringes up because he's done that before. You know, he's explained how his thing works. I don't know if he's still on it, but I know he was on it, and that's not supposed to be something you just hop off of.
I know that body fat lowers your T, right? I don't know where like in the spectrum of that, but I bet both of them have really suppressed T.
Yeah.
It's also
not
like
anymore
age
though,
goes into
because
it.
Wings should have like
super physiological.
Hey, look, I'm not a doctor. I use Dr. Derek for a lot of stuff. I just thought like when he, and maybe he changed his regimen, but when he described it before, it seemed like he was taking maybe a lot, but too infrequently or something like that. And that's not even like someone's opinion. It's just that ester has a half-life and he's going well beyond it. So he's getting these, low T, then high T in the middle, and then low T. And he's just up and down throughout the course of, it was like a couple weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even. But,
fuck with your
not
head.
a doctor.
Like, if your
You would
hormones are
imagine it would
fluctuating
give you
that high-
mood swings. I know if you were a woman and your estrogen was doing that, or whatever, I bet, or whatever that hormone is that makes you you gals the way you are.
So normally when you guys get to the guns and the sports, I'm fucking done. Right? Here's the fucking thing. You guys started talking about guns, and I don't know if you know this, I finally started getting into guns. So I
Okay.
started shooting recently. I went to you go check out my channel if you
Do
want
you
to
have a gun yet?
We own a gun. It's
What'd
my
you
roommate's
pick?
gun. I haven't purchased it. It was a hand me down from his dad. I think it's a Ruger or Luger or
You don't
whatever
know
the
what it
fuck.
is.
Is it a revolver?
I don't know what
or
it is, right? But
it's a
I went
handgun?
shot a 22 and a 9mm handgun, a couple of different ones.
Right.
And it's like the video's up on my channel. YouTube suppressed the shit out of course. But I fucking loved it. Holy fuck, did I love it? It was so much fun. I like it wasn't very safe. So if you watch the video, like I got a lot of negative feedback. But now I'm like, fuck, I'm no longer scared of guns. Now I'm fucking into this shit. Now they're talking about guns. I'm like, oh yeah, tell me more about these guns. They're like, no, let's talk about some fucking coach or some fucking team that does some bullshit in some sport. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, let's rewind a little bit. Let's go back to the gun. 'Cause
let's go
I
back to
feel you.
crazy
It's not
gun
the thing.
shit.
Like, you need a gun. First of all, you need a gun. So let's talk about what your first gun should be, and like what would you say your price range
Okay, so
is?
I was very comfortable shooting the 22. It was like shooting a fucking pea shooter.
Perfect.
So if I buy a gun for home security and I get a 22, that's got enough stopping power to where some shithead shows up, I can put him down, right?
No. It depends on the scenario. It seems like your hypothetical assailant is going to be crazed. I think we can all agree on that. So when you added crazed with perhaps like drug-induced psychosis, like 22 is probably not the best thing for home defense. You might want the 9mm, right?
Okay.
But
because I was a little more uncomfortable shooting that for fun.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But for plinking and for fun, you want a Ruger 22 caliber semi-automatic pistol. Okay. Now they make these things. It's like a Honda Civic. A lot of guns are like Honda Civics in this way, in that you can get a plain Jane one for, I don't know, $350 to $450 or something like that. That'll be very, very nice, and it'll be like a hammer. It does every job well, and it's fun to plink with, and it's cheap to shoot. The Ruger Mark IV is probably what they're up to now. It's a semi-automatic thing. I like them in stainless steel because they look nice. But you can also buy them customized so that they're all tricked out and they're various colors, and the barrels are fluted, which means there's like parts of the barrel cut out so that it's lighter, and they've got special magazines, they've got special triggers, special cocking mechanisms in the back, special grips, all of that stuff.
Right.
But that is the pistol and the gun in general that I would recommend to just about anyone as their first purchase if they're not going to use it for anything other than targets and plinking and fun. Now, if you ever wanted to go into hunting, I really like the pump shotguns. Like the Remington 870 pump shotgun is $300 or something like that. It will literally last a lifetime. I mean, 30 years of heavy use, no problem. That you can disassemble and reassemble it incredibly simply, and it just works. It just works, as Todd Howard would say. But it's a 12 gauge shotgun, right? So it's got a wallop to it. But the bonus is you can hunt birds with it, you can hunt deer with it. It's excellent for home defense. You can shoot beer cans with it and watermelons with it when you're being silly. It really covers every one of the bases for a firearm. But like I said, if I were recommending one for just fun, and it sounded like you enjoyed the 22 is also so cheap to shoot. And you can order these bullets from a company called, I think it's Piney Creek or Piney Mountain, that you can order tracers. And then it's literally like a Star Wars blaster. You turn your 22 pistol into a Star Wars blaster, and you see every bullet as soon as it comes out of the barrel in green or red.
That sounds fun as shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very fucking cool.
Can you shoot those at gun ranges? Like if
No. You'd need to go out onto like some like public land or something like that, or some sort of like friendly shooting range. It's like a buddy's field or something like that. So perhaps that's not a good recommendation for everyone. But if you have access to your own place to shoot, gun ranges in general frown on things like armor piercing ammo, incendiary ammo, steel core ammo, tracing ammo, anything that's going to mess with their liability and their expensive backstops, targets, and stuff like that.
So you, if I'm summing this up, you put them in two guns, right? A 22 Ruger of some sort and a Remington 870.
That's exactly what I would do. It really depends on how you feel about shooting a 12 gauge shotgun. Now, I was shooting a 12 gauge shotgun when I was 7 years old. I just put the stock in my armpit and kind of lean down and use it that way, and I could handle the recoil then. But for some people, it's big and loud and scary, and it hurts.
Yeah, see, the what gave me my anxiety for guns. I mean, obviously, the fact that I always had suicidal tendencies and suicidal thoughts, so I didn't want to have a gun around. I'm pretty far past believing I'd ever act on it, so I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. But originally, when Boy Scouts, they gave me a little 22 to shoot, a little 22 rifle. I'm like, oh, this is great. This is fun. And then it gave me like a 9mm or like a slightly larger one to shoot. And I'm like, oh, this is great. A little bit of kickback, but nothing bad. And then they thought it would be funny to give me a shotgun, but not warn me that I need to shoot it different than I would a rifle and that I was going to get a shitload of kickback from it. And so it floored me, and I dropped the fucking thing, and it scared the shit out of me. And then they panicked because I dropped it. So the rest of my life, I'm like, I'm done with guns. I'll never hold a gun again. Fuck guns. And then I was hanging out with that girl for a while, and she's like, let's go to a shooting range. Let's make a content. Let's face one of your biggest fears. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm no longer scared. But I don't think I'll ever be comfortable with a shotgun again.
You'd be surprised. It really depends on the ammunition that you're putting into the shotgun because it runs the gambit. There are very light loads, very light ammunition you can put in there. I don't think I'm all that unique, but I can hold the full size shotgun with one hand and shoot it just fine. And the recoil is like this.
What do you look for? How do you know which box is a light load? Asking for listeners.
It is pretty complex. It's stuff that I have memorized, but there's a few variables that make up a 12 gauge shotgun round. If we're just talking about 12 gauge, there's the length of the cartridge. There's 2 3/4, there's 3 inch, and there's 3.5 inch. Most of the time it's 2 3/4 inch. That's the standard. 3 inch used to be Magnum, but now 3.5 inch is sort of considered super Magnum. It's usually used for like geese and really heavy and deer and even turkey and stuff like that. 2 3/4 in length. Then there's the amount of shot, a projectile that's actually inside of the shell, and that ranges from 7/8 of an ounce all the way up, if you're talking about the Magnum loads, to like 2 ounces or something like that. Generally speaking, an ounce is just fine for a target load, for a fucking around bullshit kind of shotgun load, or an ounce and 1/8 or an ounce and 1/4. And as you step up, you notice that extra. You totally notice an 1/8 of an ounce difference in the projectile that's coming out of the shotgun. And then there's the velocity. Velocity is very important as well. Velocity times mass equals force, right? So and that's true on the force that's being delivered as much as it's true on the force that's being delivered to you in recoil. So the velocity is important. Now there are some shotgun shells that are made for like target shooting, I guess, and they go like 1,000 feet per second, which is very slow in my opinion. But there's some of them that are up to 1,300 feet per second, and that's very fast. It's a big difference to step up from the two. It's a noticeable difference in both felt recoil and in performance. So
if you were picking a light load, like what would that combo be between the three aspects you just talked about?
It'd be like an ounce going 1,150, 1,200 feet per second in a 2 3/4 ounce shell. It'd be the cheap ones, basically.
Is birdshot typically just a light load, or it could be
well, it could be anything, right? Because it depends on the particular bird you're shooting. If you're shooting doves, I've definitely seen Dale Earnhardt had these. Junior had these special shells. They had an 8 on them, which is his race car numbers, and it was 7/8 of an ounce going really fast. That was kind of the selling point.
Dale Earnhardt, I get it.
The race car drivers like, yeah, it's 7/8 of an ounce, small package, but it's going fast, and it was like 1,350 feet per second. We're like, this is good for skeet. This is cool. But so like bird shells, it depends on the bird, right? So like doves are kind of heavier, and then crows, and then ducks and stuff like that. Like some of the duck loads are scary powerful, and the turkey loads are good enough to be self-defense loads, in my opinion. Sometimes, like they're outrageous.
When you started, I thought you were going to point Boogie towards a full-sized 9mm.
Yeah, he didn't sound. He sounded like he really enjoyed the 22. And
yeah, the 9mm was enough kickback to where I was pretty nervous.
So let me ask you: do you know what you were shooting?
No.
So
we try to couple it. If you go bring up that video right now, you'll be able to see what we shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
here's what I wanted to say. Yeah, if you have a smaller 9mm, something that someone might carry for like self-defense in their purse or their, in a holster, it kicks a lot because that gun is light and it's meant to be carried all the time and not shot a bunch.
Right.
If you have a full-size 9mm, something you might keep next to your bed, the gun is so heavy that the bullet doesn't kick it back into your hand a lot.
Right.
So
right.
It's
the SIG P226 full-size handgun that I have that shoots 9, like it really doesn't kick much at all because of exactly what you said. Like it's just too heavy. It beats most of the kick. Whereas you get a little, I know it's not a 9, but like a little Derringer or something. Like, yeah, that's gonna kick your.
What about a rifle? I mean, I wouldn't have a problem getting like a decent gun cabinet and keeping a rifle and a shotgun in it. Do you recommend a rifle for home defense?
First of all, the 22 that you shot is the one I recommended. That's the cheapest
Ruger
version.
1022.
No, it's a pistol.
He's shooting the Ruger 22 caliber pistol. That's one of the cheaper ones. There are others that would feel nicer in your hand and look nicer as well.
Because that one felt really nice. Yeah, it felt really good. But by the time we got to the 9mm, he's like, the way you're holding it, you're gonna blow your fucking thumbs off. And I'm like, what? Because then I'm nervous again, right?
Yeah, he should say that.
He's like,
yeah, that's not good. What was he saying? Like, keep your thumb out from behind the slide.
Right. Yeah. And I was like, well, clearly, but like, then I was so nervous about how to actually hold it. And I'm like, I'm doing this. He goes, no, I want your thumb, one thumb here and one thumb in the back. And I'm like, all right, but now I'm not fucking nervous about holding the fucking thing. Why, But of course, obviously, he's there to teach me. We don't really show him.
But he didn't. Could have been a better tour guide into the world of guns.
That's a very aggressive way to start.
He was pretty civil. I mean, I walked in there with no gun knowledge, and he handed me a couple guns. So he was pretty cool about it, honestly.
I had the same experience, but the guy was great. Kyle.
It's hard for me to tell what kind of 9mm pistol it is from the angle or anything. But yeah, you can tell you're worried about it, and what you're leaning all the way back and sort of and standing in a position where it's sort of controlling you. And if you really lean into it and get more aggressive about it, like the recoil is lesser and you're able to control it more, like you could probably feel that recoil going through your whole body and sort of pushing you back on your heels a little bit. If you're more leaning forward and more weight on your front foot and all that stuff, it's unnoticeable almost. And what he was saying, like it's not gonna blow your thumb off, but like right here on the top of the back of your thumb, it'll scrape it, it'll cut it, it'll draw a little blood. But I've seen it happen to dudes, and usually they're embarrassed because they're gun guys, and it's like, this ain't supposed to happen to me. I got bit by my Glock, and they'll just fucking rub some dirt on it. It's not a serious injury or anything. But yeah, the 9mm can be scary if you're just getting into it, and if it's something that bothers you, then you shouldn't own it. You should maybe practice with it a little bit more, like maybe step up to it eventually. But initially, that Ruger 22 pistol is the mainstay. It's the first thing I started shooting as a pistol as a 5-year-old. It's the way to go. As far as a rifle, the possibilities are endless, right? There are bolt action rifles and semi-automatic rifles. There are pump rifles and lever action rifles. But what I would probably recommend is the one that everybody says is the monster of them all, the man killer, the AR-15, right? Because you can get a cheap AR-15 for $400 or $500 or something like that, and again, it's like a Honda Civic. You could
it
get
definitely looks the part for sure. I mean, that would scare the fuck out of somebody coming in your house.
Oh, for sure. The problem with that is for home defense is those bullets go through stuff. But they could potentially go. You might not hit the guy. Let's be honest. And it'll go through your wall. Could kill your roommate. Could get lucky, and you could miss the guy. Go through your roommate's wall, miss him, go through his exterior wall and hit your neighbor. Because AR-15s are kind of like laser guns a little bit. They'll go through 3 or 4 drywall walls unless they hit brick or a couple of 2x4s. They're not just going to stop in their tracks.
Well, you just talked me out of an AR right there. Boy. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Shoot up my neighbors for fuck's sake.
You absolutely could, and then you get in that horrible liability scenario of like, well, yeah, that guy did break into Boogie's house, but Boogie killed his neighbor who was asleep in bed. The shotgun, on the other hand, it's got all the force, but not the velocity and not the penetration. So it'll hit a drywall wall and it'll pitter out and like scatter on the other side.
So if I'm using spread, would you recommend loading a shotgun kept at home for self-defense? Would you recommend like some buckshot for that? I mean, because that's still going to have stopping power, right? I mean, obviously slugs are going to put them down, but
the slugs is just going to make it harder to hit him, and it's actually going to penetrate through. everybody says buckshot.
On
Almost
that
all
close range, birdshot's gonna fuck you up.
That's what I was about to say. Everybody recommends buckshot, but like I don't know. Look, I've never been to war with a gun. I've never been in a self-defense scenario where I had to shoot someone or anything like that. It's like, but I have hunted a lot, and I've shot deer at every range that you can imagine. I've shot coyotes with shotguns using buckshot, birdshot, turkey shot, everything in between. And I found that birdshot at close range drops a deer to the ground, and the deer dies in about 2.5 seconds flat. And I would imagine that the gun battle is going to happen in your bedroom. So to me, it just feels like a powerful birdshot is good enough. Certainly a turkey shell, but like if you want to appease anyone who's going to be looking over your shoulder and be like, so what kind of man killer bullets you got? Because I got the ones that'll kill him, set him on fire, and then irradiate the core. His family won't even be able to bury him in a proper cemetery. A lot of people feel that way. They really want to soup this thing up. But practically speaking, I've killed a lot of fucking animals with shotguns, and all of the bullets that I've never shot anything with a shotgun and be like, it wasn't powerful enough. they all died.
To be honest with you, if there were non-lethal options that would keep me safe, those are options I would look at. But the reality, because I don't want to fucking kill even somebody who's made the mistake. Some lunatic is like, fuck Boogie and fuck his politics and fuck him. I'm going to murder him. I don't even want to kill that guy. I don't want to kill nobody.
There are not non-lethal options that are reliable enough to risk your life on in the hopes of preserving theirs.
Right.
That's what I would say. Now, there's a reason that cops carry a taser and a sidearm. It's because that taser can be deployed in very specific scenarios. But if you watch cop videos, they fail continuously. If you watch cops use rubber bullets out of shotguns, if that guy's jacked up, I've seen scenarios where like the guy's wife will leave him.
PCP or some shit.
Well, or he's just upset. He's just very upset.
His
wife has left him. Determination is what it is. The guy will be in the street holding a blade, no shirt. His wife has left him. He's ready to die. And they start pegging him with these rubber shotgun shell rounds. And he's just, you can tell they hurt. He's not unresponsive, but he's not undeterred.
It's not
either.
broken.
He's still ready to slash with that knife. So I feel like for home defense, you just go lethal.
So while Kyle's educating everyone, Boogie mentioned he'd get a gun cabinet, which raised alarms with me. Now, I have a special needs kid in the house, so my stuff goes in gun safe. So everything I have is locked. Is a cabinet the right solution for him? I might be too biased towards safe. What do you keep a gun in? And he has parties.
He's an adult. Like what I would recommend is if there are going to be people in the house that you don't trust, that you wouldn't trust to leave in your house alone with your gun, if that's ever going to be a scenario, then there should be some way to lock the weapon away. Now, there are trigger guards. That's the cheapest option. That basically renders the weapon inoperable unless you have the key, the code, the combination, etc. And that would do the trick as far as safety, but it doesn't prevent them from stealing your weapon. If they steal your weapon, go home with a hammer, knock the thing off, and then do harm with it, perhaps you're liable to some degree. Probably not, because they've gone through 2 or 3 steps of your deterrent to achieve that set effect. But still, you can get a locking safe that's not like some crazy like spin the big dial and punch in a digital lock thing for a few $100s. You can go to Tractor Supply store, like a big sporting goods store. I went to Dick's the other day, and they had big safes that are locking with steel walls, and they're like $1,200, $1,400, something like that. That may be overkill for you. I feel like if you're in an adult household where you're there most of the time, you can stick the thing in the closet. Although we're saying all this publicly right now, so to come full circle, that since we're saying it publicly, and we may be alluding that Boogie's got a shotgun under his bed.
Right.
But then if you're home, and this is for home defense, I will say this. If you're in bed at night and you hear a window break, or you're all alone and you hear the door being forced open, the last thing you want to be doing is fumbling with a code, a key, one of those high school locker style spinny bullshit things. You
having
want
to load it at the last second because you kept it unloaded. Yeah.
You want to be able to lay hands on that thing and be armed in seconds, because that might be all you have. And again, that's sort of the mindset that a lot of guys who are like, yep, and now he's irradiated. Like they have, but just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean that when they go outside and they say it's raining, doesn't mean it's not raining. You know, sometimes stupid people are right about things. Sometimes ignorant people are right about things. And I think this is one of them, that if you're in a scenario where you don't have children in the home, you don't have irresponsible adults in the home, and you generally are at that home keeping things secure with your person, then I want the gun loaded and close to me.
I mean, that's how my roommate sleeps with his. It's I know exactly where it is. I know exactly how he keeps it. It's loaded, ready to go. It's not in a gun safe. It's tucked away. It's not obvious where it is, but he can easily, if he's asleep, he can have it in his hand in 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
So just I want to provide the counter argument, you know, just so Boogie can make his own decision and the listeners, you know, like I picture you doing these Magic the Gathering parties. I picture you, you know, like, do you ever have like, hey, everyone, throw your coats on the guest room bed or something? Like, you know, if there's people in your house who you wouldn't trust alone in your house, you know, guys who go to the bathroom and might go exploring, I don't know. Do the people that you hang out with sometimes bring their kids? If that's the case, locking the gun is essential, you know?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Or as far as like the home defense itself, like I think Bill Burr even had like a bit about this a few specials ago, where like a lot of people who aren't familiar with guns want to go with the handgun because it's the littlest, it seems the least intimidating. You know, it feels more manageable. If you're in a high stress situation, it's much, much easier as a gun amateur to wield a shotgun than it is a handgun. Like that is the most disservice firearm related thing that Hollywood has done is people think shooting handguns is easy. It is not. Go to your range. If you haven't shot a handgun, send that thing out only like 7 yards and see how you do on that static paper target. I guarantee you're not going to be nearly as good as your COD avatar. Like it's not that easy. Whereas with a shotgun, you're keeping the barrel away from you. You've got both hands to stabilize it. Like it's just a smarter decision for defending your home. You know, I'm sure Kyle has lots of opinions, but I think like there's a reason the shotgun does so well. And the reason the shotgun is the chosen weapon.
Shotgun for home defense in almost any scenario, even if you're a fucking expert with a pistol, like at 7 yards, I could put every single bullet in a quarter, but that doesn't mean that if someone's running down a hallway at me with a butcher's knife, already covered in someone's blood. Yeah.
I'm not even his first stop of the evening.
It doesn't mean that I'm going to have those same skills. You know, you'd like to think so, but maybe not. Whereas you just kind of point the shotgun at a bad guy, and that's kind of enough, because at 10 yards, it's shooting a pattern of death that's as big as a basketball, essentially. Imagine you're shooting basketballs at someone rather than shooting not even a dime, because bullets are smaller than dimes. You know, bullets are...
Plus, the length of the barrel makes it really easy to point. You know, like
absolutely.
I can hit
and
things
two
with
hands
with an AR-15 or F2000 at 25 yards pretty reliably, you know, but if I have a pistol in my hand with a 4-inch barrel as opposed to whatever it is, 18, it's not as reliable. And then the last thing, this is experience I wish everyone who thinks they're good at shooting, do it under a clock, right? Because I can hit paper target. I'm not special. Like, I don't mean to act like I'm some great shot, but I'm pretty good at paper targets. You know, when I take all my time and I fire once every 5 seconds and stuff like that. I've competed in shooting a couple of times, and I was the worst there. You know, when you put a clock on you and add some stress and a timeline and you know, all of a sudden, like, I'm not as good as I was before. And take that, make it combat, and I assume it's times 10.
Sure, absolutely. And like I've never been one to like have a big head about that and be like, well, those watermelons didn't stand a chance today. Who's to say a Cambodian hit squad would do it better than 85 pounds of melon? I would say that they will, and that I'll be terrified, and that I'll be missing a lot, and that the more I miss, you know, in a video game, you ever start missing a guy in COD, and it just makes you want to spray more and more and more because you just want the engagement over with. I feel like that's not just a video game response; that's a human being response. So shotgun all the way.
Although accidentally going prone behind a barrel is probably just a video game thing.
I drop shot when I defend my home.
Every time.
I'm prone the whole time.
Every time.
Actually, like when they break in, I actually jump crouch through the window. And so I come right through, blow their head off.
And Boogie, there are other shotguns in the 12 gauge. That's something that not a ton of people know, because Hollywood has popularized the 12 gauge. And, you know, in general, it's the most popular one. There are ladies' shotguns, as I think of them. 20 gauge would be just fine. 20 gauge is a big step down in recoil and in cost and in size of the weapon, and it's just as effective when you put the buckshot in there.
It's what size?
20 gauge.
20 gauge, right?
And I could go into a whole complicated thing explaining what the gauges actually mean, but it's irrelevant. But
it's basically the size of the bullet, right?
I'm gonna have to do it now.
No, shit, okay, but here you want to hear a really dark story? I've never told anywhere. This is so fucking dark. So right about the time of the divorce, I was having like a lot of suicidal ideology, and I have not told the story anywhere else. I should not tell it. I'm not going to tell it. Fuck it. I went to Walmart and I'm like, "Hey, ma'am, can I see one of those junior shotguns?" And he's like, "Yeah." And my goal was just to see if I took the shotgun home with me, just in case I decided I wanted to end it, which I had considered.
Yeah.
Whether or not I could hold this and get it in my mouth, pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop giving you gun advice at this point.
Okay. I'm just kidding.
Boogie at Dick's Sporting Goods with the barrel in his mouth. Like, yeah, this will do.
Right. And so I'm like, I look at the gun and I'm like, okay, this is not a good decision I'm making right now. I need to give this man back this gun. But that is the day I became aware that there were multiple shotguns, because my roommate who was with me, who was obviously trying to just help me survive the divorce and survive everything, he looks over and he's like, "That was like a 20 gauge." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Look, if you buy one, you really want the 12 gauge." And I don't know if he meant to like.
You don't want to just be injured.
Right,
you're not going to injure yourself with a 20 gauge. Oh, I did it. I gave him the advice. Damn it. No, trust me. Not only will the 20 gauge blow the top of your head off, but you'll find the smaller trigger much more manageable.
I think my roommate was literally just more like, "Man, you're not going to kill yourself with a 20 gauge. You need the 12 gauge, man. You need get the 12 gauge. There's still a junior shotgun with the 12 gauge." Okay. Like, that's what I think he was saying.
Nah, man, the 20 gauge would work fine for home defense and all that, and really everything. And I think I can do this quickly, but the gauges are complicated and overcomplicated. It's an old school gauging system of measuring these things. Essentially, what they do is they say a ball of pure lead, the diameter of the barrel, how many of those would it take to equal a pound? And in the case of a 12 gauge, 12 lead balls, the diameter of the barrel equals a pound. So the higher the number goes, the smaller the barrel is. So a 28 gauge is rather small. It's less than half the size of a 12 gauge. And you might say, "Oh yeah, he's got the 28 gauge, much more powerful than the 12," but that's not the case at all. It's a very, very light shotgun. But there's a 410 shotgun. There's a 28 gauge. There's
Is that
a 20
called
gauge.
a 410 gauge? Like
It's just called a 410 because in the case of the 410, it has nothing to do with gauge anymore. Now it's the diameter of the barrel. It's a 41 caliber barrel. So
do they have those in long guns, or are those just like the Judge handguns? Like
yeah,
those?
they have them in long guns too. That's the one that they often give to children. If the child's a bitch.
Now how's the 410 for suicide, Kyle? Is that a good suicide gun?
I'm not going to answer that question. And then on the other side of the scale, there's guns above the 12 gauge. There is a 10 gauge. I've shot the 10 gauge. It's very scary. And there used to be 8 gauge and a 6 gauge that were used for things like elephant and other big game and things like that. But yeah, you could do a 12 gauge or a 20 gauge and an 870. You'd be shocked at just how manageable it is. You throw some ear protection on. Prepare yourself, and I promise you, it's nothing you can't handle.
Last gun talk question: which caliber or which round is more deadly, the 50 cal or the Remington 700? I think that's what it might be called, the 700 Nitro 700. You're not familiar with the Nitro 700? Maybe?
No, I am. Well, I would.
That's the elephant gun. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't know. It would be like which is more deadly, getting hit with a cement truck or a bus,
Fair enough. All right.
The Nitro.
I was trying to measure my penis here, Kyle.
Yeah, the 700 Nitro is probably delivering more like foot-pounds of.
Oh, we lost Kyle right there.
Sure, like what's being done with a measurement like that, I would imagine. But the 50 BMG is like whatever, like 700 grains. going over 3,000 feet per second. They use it to take out Jeeps and radar dishes and stuff like that. So pick your poison, cement truck or bus.
I just found this video of a 4-gauge shotgun that's only 20 seconds long that the guy shoots. Yeah, let's watch it. But I can't imagine what the purpose for this weapon could be. All right,
I think the purpose is to knock you on your ass.
Let's see if this guy's a bitch or not.
Hold on, I need to resize it. All right, are we ready?
Yep.
Ready, set, play. He shouldered it.
He's got his stance done well.
Good God.
He handled it very well.
That's very well.
Yeah.
Did you see how he was leaning forward a ton?
Yeah, he handled it well.
That's not what I thought you were gonna say.
Now he's a smaller guy. That guy's probably like 5'9", and he's an older fella. He handled that pretty well for his size, especially.
Way better than those Middle Eastern guys that were shooting the Nitro 700 video. I know you're referencing, Woody, where like the gun, they'll shoot it, and before like their body even registers the strength of it, the whole gun has flipped. like it just entirely oscillated twice in the time it takes the body to register.
Dick, I know you have probably, because you seem to be more up on this than we are, the Frank Hassel and Boogie thing.
Oh man, Hassel doctrine.
And
have you guys talked about that?
A little bit on PKA. Can you lay out the background? Maybe you know it really well.
But real quick, the PKA highlights guy, the second that story went out there, put up a clip titled FPSRussia gives gun advice to Boogie2988 because of all the times you'd recommended. And that guy is, his eyes on the ball.
It really is.
So shout out to that guy and the clip channels. But yeah, fill us in, Dick. We only kind of know the top layer.
I'm trying to find the message I sent to Boogie the night before. I said, "Do not pull a gun on Frank. Don't kill him." I said, "Oh yeah, here's what I said: Don't kill him. You'll go to jail. But do whatever you want. Honestly, people do." That was the last bit of advice. He said, "Oh God, where is it?" He said that he may be a comedian, but I promise you, if he shows up, he won't be one anymore. Fact. This shit ends today. And I said, "What are you gonna do? Kill him? Lol." I guess.
What did you kill him? Lol. I like that you've got your finger in all these pies somehow.
See, now you're going to have to be called to testify if this goes any further. You've got way too much evidence on that phone.
Like Dick Masterstar over here. Doing
I'm a very good testifier.
Yeah, we'd like to call Dick Masterson to the.
All right. So he knew he was coming the night before. Lay out the sequence of events here.
Well, do you guys know who Frank Hassel is? First, what's your familiarity with Frank Hassel? It's between Zero and Hassel doctrine.
He does the go up to people in public style content with like the GoPros and the asking uncomfortable like that kind of stuff.
He hassles people.
Yeah,
that's what he likes to do. He was arguing with Boogie, saying that he was going to sissy hypnotize him. He calls himself Dr. Don Wario, the sissy hypnotist, and he was going to hypnotize Boogie into being his sissy sex slave. These are both large, fat, bearded men, so nothing about either of them is really. Yeah, nothing lends itself to sissy hypnosis. But for some reason, Boogie decided to pretend that this was a real threat, and he went on the kill stream and he went on the kill stream and debated with Frank for an hour. Then he went on Keemstar's show.
What do they possibly have to debate about?
I don't know. One of them thinks it's a joke and the other one thinks it's harassment. That's
Frank,
the debate.
I saw it. And it's been a little while in my memory, but it was kind of along the lines of Frank Castle's these are the reasons I don't like you. And if I remember right, Boogie was like, "That's valid. That's not even true. That's not a good reason." Type thing. That's the
yeah. And then Frank posted a picture. Frank was going through Arkansas to see a friend of his, and he posted a picture where Boogie, the town that Boogie lives in, of a snake, saying, "I'm here, you pussy," or something like that. And Boogie took this as you might do. I personally wouldn't take it like this because he's a comedian who hassles people. He decided that means Frank drove 3 states over just to show up at his house and sissy hypnotize him. He went on Keemstar and ranted at Frank for like a half hour, telling him that you did come to my property, you pussy. You're never going to do it. And if you do, I'll put you in a body bag. Like really over the top Ultimate Warrior kind of 80s wrestling. It's hilarious. He goes like during the interview, he starts doing like an effeminate voice and daring Frank to come to his house and knock on the door, like in a like calling him a calling him a pussy if he doesn't. So what do you know? Frank comes over to his house, knocks on the door. Boogie comes out brandishing his friend's gun, asking if it's locked and loaded and ready to shoot, seemingly having not even a basic understanding of how a firearm works. Exactly. He comes out, tells Frank to fuck off, tells him that he's going to kill him. Tells him it ends right now, that he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to have to put a bullet in him. I mean, Kyle, you're well versed in guns and defense. It just seems like there's no possible way anybody who's afraid for their life is walking outside like John Wayne, aiming a 44, aiming a pistol at somebody who's completely unarmed and recording it, who you've dared to come to your house.
I think so. I wouldn't like that either. I'd probably do pretty much the exact same thing if I were allowed to have guns.
Well, would you get on a stream and dare him to come over?
Oh, absolutely not. I'd get on a stream and let him know the police would be waiting for him if he came. You know, but my first option wouldn't be to walk outside with a gun. Certainly, that's the last option. But I also don't like the idea of somebody trespassing onto my property being a piece of shit when they've been told not to come, because they're
absolutely.
But I think the first thing would be the police, and the second thing will probably be something less lethal. But then at some point, like, he needs to get shot. I don't like the idea of somebody trespassing on my property and being a piece of shit.
Yeah, here's where it gets fun. Boogie decides instead of shooting Frank Hassel, he's going to shoot his gun at at the optimum angle
firing
for
at
distance.
Alabama instead.
Yeah,
over there.
There's a church in the distance and a middle school, I believe, that Boogie decides to shoot a 44 Magnum round at, as you know, the most distance and the most lethality possible. Which I don't know. I don't think some kid riding his tricycle around the neighborhood.
If some kid got domed, they would have reported on that like quickly, and they would have known. But like something else that like when I was watching it, like if that guy Frank was gonna be scared, it seemed like there wasn't any reason for him to be scared of being shot anymore. Once Boogie said like in 30 seconds, I'm gonna give you a warning shot. And it was like, oh, Boogie, why would you say that? I don't know shit about using a gun in that situation. I've never been in that situation, but I certainly don't think, and Kyle could, give us more information. Kyle, is it ever good to announce you're going to fire a warning shot and then fire it?
I don't know.
No.
Like I know how to shoot a gun. I don't know how to handle a fucking scenario like this. This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Kyle, if you know something about something, you get to be the expert on everything about it.
Okay, I'll make it up as I go along then.
Yeah.
I don't know that warning shots are a good idea to begin with. Like I
mean, if I'm in a saloon and there's not a town that way, fine.
Taylor, you didn't have to take a course on this and pass a test to get your concealed carry license.
We did, but it didn't cover warning shots and stuff.
Yeah, so
like I know that's a bad idea. You're not supposed to.
Did it cover sissy hypnotizing? Was that part of your training?
Look, he brandished the gun.
Don't swallow the gun. Do not taste the gun.
Legally, there's no such thing as a warning shot. That's just a missed shot. And the move to make would have been to call the police. And if he tries to enter the home, right, banging too harshly on the door, like if he thought he was breaking down the door or breaking a window, he could have opened fire. What he did, open the door, go out front, and warning shot, that's sketchy legal ground. I think Boogie's going to get in low grade trouble.
And what they do say in every one of those gun classes is if you're ever in a situation like this, shoot to kill. Don't be that guy who thinks you're going to John Wayne, just whip him in the forearm real quick and neutralize the target. Like, no,
he's going to wing him.
Shoot center mass and just do it. Get it done.
He's going to shoot the super chats out of his stream.
Did they do like story time in your concealed carry course, Taylor? There was a great one in mine.
It was more ours was like military guys who were like moonlighting, doing some other job.
Ours was a sheriff, and he's telling this story. This had happened in his county, and like while he was a sheriff, and this guy had taken his wife hostage and put a gun next to her head. and he's telling the husband to like hand over his wallet or something like this. So the guy pulls out his little 380 like ACP, and he's gonna plink this guy in the forehead, right? So he lines it up, shoots, hits his own wife, shoots her in the shoulder. It did diffuse the situation.
That is so funny.
I
Yeah,
hope he played it off. He was like, "You see what I did to her? I love her. You don't get out of here right now."
that would be
that's the ultimate like go schizo and be like, and if dinner's ever late again, it's like, and I'll get to you in a minute, sir. Like, just
apparently she
Wait your
teases him
turn.
about it every opportunity she gets. She's always, like, hey, would you make coffee? You did shoot me. Like, you owe me. And she used it all the time.
You did shoot.
there's no coming back from that. You did shoot me. I guess I will take out the trash.
Right, exactly.
So the Boogie thing, what's the next step in this? Like, I'm sure that they're doing a little investigation on the whole situation and the gun firing. Do you know anything, Dick?
Probably nothing. Like who cares about two fat idiots acting like morons together? I don't think I think the DA has bigger problems than some. What I love the most about is that Boogie chose to wear a free Tomb Raider shirt on the day that he was going to murder somebody.
My favorite part was when Frank Castle's outside the house calling Boogie fat. Get out of here, you fat piece of shit! It's like, have you not met you? Why are you throwing that insult around?
Dude, but that guy, like, in the footage of like Boogie's Ring doorknob or whatever it was, showing Frank's doing like that totally off-kilter crazy person like waving back and forth going, "You gonna kill me? Kill me! Kill me! Open fire!" Wasn't that what he was saying? Open fire!
Yeah, open fire! Open fire!
What a fucking maniac! What a fucking maniac!
He is a maniac. Boogie is the good guy in this situation.
Boogie is the good guy. Let's not forget. Like this thing is very funny. It's funny to make fun of both of them. However, in reality, Boogie's the good guy. Boogie's the guy at his home, probably minding his own business. God knows what he was doing in there, if we're being honest. But
you don't show up at someone's house. That's
Boogie shot a school. Boogie shot into the air at a school.
The school part you made up, right?
No,
a flight school. Come on.
So, Woody, I did see a photo of this, and who knows if it was some meme or made up, but it was like, here's where the shot was fired from. Here's the direction of where it was fired, and then there is a school zone. But if anything, it's like it's gonna go.
I think it was actually a church that he shot at.
Look, Boogie lives in Arkansas. There are schools and churches every fucking where.
Yeah.
Where aren't there schools and churches? All right,
dude, you can't fire a gun without hitting someone at a school or a church.
And it was a black church, we're being now told. Like, come on.
Authorities will now be looking into this much more seriously.
Yeah,
he's the
trick
good
is
guy.
not
He's a
to
bad
fire.
shot. Okay, we'll give you that. But
Bad shot, good guy.
Well, I was talking like just as far as he didn't handle the gun thing well, but the actual act of being.
I like that he has a gun because, like, I watched a little bit. You mentioned that clip that guy uploaded of me giving Boogie gun advice, and it was going back like maybe 3 years or something, 4 years even. And at the time, he'd only shot a .22 pistol, and he was like, "Yeah, I like that." But then I shot a 9mm, one of those man killers, and that scared me. And now I see him on video with a fucking .44 revolver, and I'm just like, he grew up.
I was watching that.
I knew he would.
Single tear.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, he's got the Magnum out. I liked that video a lot. I've watched it a bunch of times. I've seen so many edits of it where like he fires the shot and then like a plane goes down or something like that. I've seen the image edited so that he's like Benny from that scene. I don't know if anybody knows this from Fallout New Vegas, where Benny's pointing the gun at your head and he's got the two goons on either side. But now it's Boogie in the center pointing the gun at you. It's great for that stuff, and it is funny to have a good time about. But sticking with Woody here, Boogie's the good guy here. Yeah. Boogie's the homeowner minding his own business at his residence.
He's being harassed at his house at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys don't think the taunting has anything to do with why he got harassed at the end of the day? The Keemstar interview.
I think it's irrelevant. I think that you should be able to taunt someone as much as you want, and they shouldn't literally trespass on your property and come to your home. I think that's crossing a whole nother line.
I mean, I don't know. Somebody tells me to come knock, and I'm a pussy if I don't come knock. I might go knock on their door. Like, this is an entertainment business. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He said, come knock. Come knock, you pussy. Come knock. You can't drive 4 miles to come knock. Come visit me, friend, or you're a fucking pussy. It was like 10 minutes of that.
Can we pause on this? So I think Boogie knew he had a gun at this point. I know you mentioned it was his friend's gun, but something about a gun can almost make you feel like, well, I can win every fight now, right? I've got this magic laser pistol. I can't be beaten. Come at me. You don't know I have a secret weapon. It's not the way you want to win a fight, but I suspect that was in the back of his mind.
All right. I didn't know he said all that. All right. I'm gonna take at least 1/2 step back from my original stance now, because if you spend and you're saying a long time, like 10, 20 minutes, repeatedly telling someone, come at me, bro. Come to my house, pussy. Fucking knock on the door, bitch.
Yeah.
You might not be surprised when they do, in fact, come and literally knock on your door.
That may be true, but even when I was listening to it, like, it seemed more of him like panicked, like animal in a corner responding, where it was like, oh, you come at me, I'll go crazy. Like, I'll corner me and see what happens. Like,
yeah,
it didn't seem like he genuinely wanted.
One of my favorite Boogie moments, and look, I neither like Boogie nor dislike Boogie. You know, he's somewhere in the middle for me. I don't know him in real life. I've never had any interaction with him outside the show, but I'll never forget when he was on the show, and I wish I could quote him exactly, because I don't like misquoting.
Oh, no, I know what you're going.
I think he was talking about some kind of incident he had with a guy at a gas station, and he was like, and I just got mad, and he just looked at me, and he saw how mad I was, and he was scared. He backed away, because I'll just go crazy on you. I'll just go crazy on you, and he knew. And I remember, like, me and Woody exchanging this knowing look, like,
dude, I remember.
I don't care how mad or crazy that man ever gets. It's not going to matter.
Fighting is an athletic endeavor, right? Dick is a fighter. Like, well, even current Boogie's not going to be a great fighter, you know, and he's more athletic than he was 2 years ago.
That's a generous statement. Not going to be a great fighter.
Not a great fighter.
Great fighter.
Not one of the greats. He was good.
He's in the hall of very, very good amongst the fighting greats.
Dude,
great and a contender.
You know,
I remember after that episode with the gas station story, right after it ended, and it was all of us coming up with the titles, you were like, before we name the show, can we talk about that gas station story? What the fuck was that about? Like, there's no way he was scaring people at a gas station. Like, it just.
Yeah, and it implied a greater, like, I started making inferences about it in general, like, wow, how far away from the truth is his sense of self, right? If he thinks he's mean mugging people at gas stations, getting them to back down, what else does he think about himself? Is he smarter than Einstein? He's already tougher than
we all
John
are.
Jones. Well, currently.
Shut up, you. Your anti-Semitic ways, I won't stand for it.
Oh, is that what I did?
No, that's what Taylor did, going after Einstein. Clearly an anti-Semite.
I've been caught. Hoisted by my own petard.
Yeah, I don't know, something about that one, like something like how unaware, like how much can a man lack self-awareness if he thinks he's threatening at 5?
Yes, and even if you do ever think those thoughts, to say it in front of other people
on a podcast,
maybe keep that maybe in the back of your head, if you ever thought, like, kind of a badass, kind of a man's man, high tea kind of individual, you wouldn't be like, and I'm going to go tell a whole bunch of people that I feel that way. Like, maybe keep that one to yourself. Maybe let it cool,
I wish I had thought of it.
Set in a little.
I wish I had thought of it at the time, so I could be like, dude, that reminds me of a story that happened to me today, actually. I was at a gas station and 2 guys were giving me shit. And they were huge. They were, Boogie, how tall are you? Twice that big. And both of them enormous. They take one look at me. They go, my God, that guy's got his dick hanging out of his shorts. What's he going to do with it? Like, just like,
all your stories should be variants of the college game day parking story. Yeah, there were 6
delivering
freshmen.
Justice.
There were 6 freshmen reserving a parking spot, and I swept them aside.
Swept them aside. I threw one from the fifth floor.
I grabbed
warning
one's
to the
feet
rest.
and swang him. Used him as a weapon amongst the others.
Yeah, have any of you guys? Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah, but I feel differently about the thing now, knowing that Boogie challenged this man to come to his house because
I
that
need to hear
is
it.
different.
I'm basing this on nothing. Dick, are you telling the story straight and true down the middle? That
You meet me in my front yard in 5 minutes, and we'll see who ends up on top.
Is it possible that
happened to me
perhaps
before.
Frank Hassel was provoking Boogie, and Boogie was kind of trying not to be a total puss on the call, saying "Come at me"?
This has happened to me before. What happened to Boogie? A guy just being an asshole has come to my house, and a guy who I think has schizophrenia has come to my house. I handled them both by saying, "Do not come to my house." Like, do not come to my house. Do not come to my house. I answered both with a loaded gun. Open the door, shut the door, because as far as I'm concerned, like, you can go knock on somebody's door, and that's that's legal in America. I would never have handled it the way Boogie does, which is screaming like the ultimate warrior. It was a mix of this shit ends or I will end it. Don't come to my house, and you're a fucking pussy if you don't come to my house and get your reckoning because I will kill you. It was like straight up premeditated murder on Boogie. It was like the episode of The Simpsons when Homer tricks Flanders into coming over so he can kill him.
Yeah. like Wiggum and Homer have that whole conversation. He's like, well, if they're in your house, of course you can shoot them.
Yeah.
Hey, Flanders. Like inviting him over.
I'm inviting Flanders over.
Doesn't work if you invite him in, Homer. Like, get out of here, Flanders. It's not like that.
That is different. And like your text conversation with Boogie, I'm just thinking, like, why would you write that? Like, don't you know that's going to end up being like some sort of evidence if you do shoot this YouTuber?
What did Boogie write again? What did Boogie
write to you?
Oh, let's see.
I'd love to hear like word for word because it was hilarious.
Bring him on. I'll read it with him. It's preposterous.
Like,
the funniest thing is, go ahead.
First of all, let's imagine a scenario where, in fact, Boogie blew Frank Hassel away. All right, and we're talking about the death of Frank Hassel right now.
Yeah,
and Boogie's upcoming trial, and the fact that Dick here has been called as both a material and a character witness for both sides, the defense and the prosecution, and his phone is Exhibit A.
Well, Twitter can't lock this account then. Castle Doctrine. He's got it. But Castle Doctrine says after he made a threat once, he's on my property. I literally cannot break any laws. I mean, I don't know if like sissy rape is a threat, but I really don't want to hurt him or anyone. So I really hope it doesn't come to that. But I won't risk my roommate or dog getting hurt. That's just not a thing that's allowed to happen. I said this entire thing is pussy shit. He's a comedian who's making jokes. Open the door with a gun if you want. Driving to someone's town and showing up at the front door isn't a joke, man. Sorry, I don't see it that way. I said, well, don't kill him. You'll go to jail. It's not illegal what he's doing.
Yeah, you're the real good guy here. And I did I knew there was a quote of what I think Boogie said on Keemstar's call. And the guy Frank Hassel put it in his little like meme video. And it says with the picture being Boogie holding the gun, the overlay is Boogie's quote, "I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it."
Yep.
And then he puts in quotes under that. This quote is going to be really relevant later in court. So I guess I'm going to fucking kill you and take pleasure doing it isn't the ideal foray.
It's not great to hear you, but in the video itself, like on game day, he's like, I want you to leave. You don't have permission to be on my property. I'm about to fire a warning shot. Like he's really kind of, it seemed like he was speaking to the attorneys while Frank Hassel was there.
More likely
in his head, I'm going to fire a warning shot is like, wow, look at how measured this guy is. Where it's like, no, you can't just fire bullets into the air.
He's guilty of something, right?
Over 800,000 people have signed it to give this gentleman the death penalty.
Well, this is my last day in office, and I'm retiring, and I've always wanted to set an outrageous precedent to death.
Hang him high.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
refresh
Sue
this.
us for, homicide by change.org. It could be coming to a neighborhood near you.
Dude,
Like
Kyle,
this
refresh the page.
Mine like does it automatically. Like it's like it's
refresh,
rotating.
please.
Yes, sir.
Oh wait, mine went down. Now I don't remember what the old number
It
was.
stayed exactly the same for me. Mine is like continuously going. Like I'm seeing like the names of the signatures, like scrolling as they sign.
I refreshed. I think it went up by 100. Now I'm like, wait, what was it before?
Mine's at 3,307.
Okay.
Well, no, mine's at Okay, I see what you're saying.
3,310.
The same
I
thing
don't know.
happened with me, Woody, when I refreshed it.
It went up.
Here's a comment. This is from Chad King, noted legal expert.
Probably noted real name, Chad King.
Chad King. Boogie purposely ignored the definition of the Castle Doctrine. Frank Hassel should have been able to go into his house and fuck him. This is undeniable. Boogie should be put to death to remind everyone that the law is the law. Thank you for your service, Frank.
200 people like that comment. 284 people were like, that's a good ass comment. What Boogie did was awful. It could have been one of my children in that school that was shot up. I don't actually
twist the narrative.
I didn't even read this out. I just want to read it. What Boogie did was, this is from Mike. What Boogie did was awful. It could have been
Mike Hunt.
It could have been one of my children in that school that was shot up. I don't actually have any children, but if I did, it could have been one of those kids who died at that school or whatever happened. What did happen exactly?
I believe there's a comment in there somewhere from a Nicholas Gers. If you scroll down a little bit more, Nicholas has something to say about this.
Joe Biden chimed in.
Biden. When my wife, an educator, heard about this fat man on the internet shooting a gun in the school zone, she was furious. I, Joseph Biden, swear that we're going to do everything within our power to make sure this man is brought to the chair. Also, stimulus checks are going to be delayed another 5 months so we can focus all our efforts on this pressing matter.
Boogie fired a revolver in a school zone. Thankfully, Sergeant Hassel disarmed via Krav Maga. Boogie then performed lewd acts on said firearm while the neighborhood witnessed. Boogie's sex slave roommate made the dog watch too. Clear threat to society and morality.
I mean, they're making good points.
Yeah, at this point, I might sign. I mean, I didn't realize all these details.
I didn't know about the sex acts, frankly, or the school that was shot out.
People are just making wild accusations. Sneedem Feedem says America will always stand with Israel no matter how many synagogues Boogie burns down.
Poor fucking Boogie.
Boogie, an anti-Semite as well. Who knew?
Based on this random guy, based on Tomboy Hater's comment. Actually, I shouldn't even read that.
Boogie's not the bad
That's the one you shouldn't read.
Frank Hassel is the guy that was the dick in the situation. He went to Boogie's house, hassled him, had a GoPro on his head, like did this whole thing. Boogie didn't handle it right. He fired a warning shot into the air. That's bad. And it's more dangerous. Boogie, I think, is not a long-term. He was anti-gun a few years ago. Right. Now he has a gun. But people like that, and I was in this stage for a long time, maybe they don't know the dangers of the gun. He probably thought a warning shot just disappeared, burned up on re-entry of atmosphere. Like, who knows what he's thinking. But they don't realize that shooting a gun at even just a few degrees off of straight up, that bullet comes down hard.
That's
and
how
hurts
artillery works.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And so he didn't realize how reckless he was being by firing a shot in the air, and didn't handle it right. But also, I don't know, the Woody morality doctrine sees Frank Hassel as the bigger jerk in this situation.
Well, I think we've all come down on the side of you should not show up to people's houses uninvited. Yeah. It's an invasion. It's not cool. I know that they were both on. I watched that clip of Keemstar's show where they were both on it. This is back when this actually happened, where Boogie was like, "If you come to my house, I'll kill you," and Frank's like, "I'm gonna come to your house. Are you ready to kill?" Just bantering and everything. But then to actually show up, very, very not cool. Clearly now, anyone who has someone show up at their house should learn from this. Don't go outside brandishing a firearm and fire it into the air. Stay inside. Don't engage at all. and then call the authorities, and that's it.
Put
Don't
on your
engage-
anti-sissy hypno goggles. Okay. put in your anti-rape butt plug, and get your firearm ready.
These
Because
guys
I
are
would-
completely right, except for the butt plug.
I would
all
out.
good
I
things
would
could
out.
happen.
You know what I would do? I would out sissy hypnotize him. He would be. He would be my sissy slave by the end of the day.
Dude,
I'd have him
alpha
on a chain.
sissy
I'd have him on a chain wearing a dog mascot costume by the end of the day. I'd be like heel.
A furry sissy.
I'd come out in my ballerina costume, be like, "Too late, bitch! Too late, bitch!"
Spread.
Spread.
You know. Yeah. Open your ass hatch so I can fuck you. It's like pajamas from like a 1940s cartoon. I open the buttoned ass
buttons,
and then I fuck him. I fuck a sweaty man in his ass.
But poor Boogie didn't ask for any of this. I just the guy showed up at his house.
I think he
handled
did
it
actually.
wrong.
Wasn't there a part where he was like, "Come on, come on"?
Man, I don't know for sure.
I'm pretty sure he literally said like, "Come on, do it, do it."
Where he was like, "Come on, come to my house, see what happens."
This ties into my thing. I think people don't realize that having a gun on you it can make some people feel like, well, shucks, now I'm the toughest guy in this room. You know,
That's how it makes Woody feel. Like he's ready to take the law into his own hands.
It makes me sound like an asshole, but
I'm basically Judge Dredd at this point.
when you concealed carry, like it is impossible. Some people who have concealed carry are going to understand this. That there's a bit of a thought where you're like, I
am
do
the
have
law.
a superpower. I have a remote hole poking device. I have a remote hole poking device. I could poke holes in anything around here, right? Like, you really could. You shouldn't. It's a big problem. You'll regret it. But you do have a remote hole poking device in your pocket. Yeah, it's greatly frowned upon.
Right.
And I don't know. I think Boogie just wasn't past that phase yet. You know, he's like, dude, I got this remote hole poking device. Bring it on. I wish a motherfucker would. And
clearly, it's
this
like
is what happens.
One of those gun things where I don't know if I recall. I feel like we had conversations with Boogie before about guns, where he's like, I don't know, like you should have to learn a lot about. Maybe I don't want to put any words in his mouth, but like you said, I know he used to not be fully on board with the gun thing. Like 10 minutes in any gun class from any half reputable instructor, they're going to tell you like, hey, what you do if someone comes into your house, you're not a sniper. Don't go for a shot through the eye like you're John Wick. Center mass, shoot to kill. Don't wing him in the forearm and he's going to go, oh, this gunslinger. He's giving me 4 wounding blows and I'm laying here.
You don't shoot the gun out of his hand?
You don't shoot the gun out of his hand. Exactly. They often use, I'm glad you said that because they use that as an example. And at least the one I went to, like that CC, concealed carry class like 5-6 years ago, where they're like, you're not going to shoot the gun out of someone's hand. Who do you think you are? Like, and then like they shoot to kill and never fire a warning shot. I remember that lesson. And I remember even at the time being like, who the hell needs to be told not to fire warning shots? And it's like, maybe because I live in Missouri and I have rural family, like
you shot a gun.
Apparently a lot of people, 100% of their understanding of guns is movies.
You know what they taught us in my concealed carry class? They're like, if you shoot somebody, you have a legal problem. They taught like, don't tell the police. I think they gave us. They're like, he was in my house and I feared for my life. That's all you can say. If you're gonna say anything, that's it and no more. He's in my house. I feared for my life. I need to talk to my attorney. And they're like, you're not going to convince the cops that like there's nothing you're gonna say that's so clever and good that you don't have a legal problem now. You have a legal problem. Period. And it was like, yeah, okay. Right. So like you're just trading problems and you have to make sure that your new problem's not worse than your old one.
Yeah.
Yep. Cops are trained to manipulate you with certain questions. Like we watched that video the other day of the guy getting pulled over and he's like, just tell me, man, have you had anything to drink tonight? You can be honest. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, go to jail.
When someone asks you that question, like when a parent phrases it like that, what they mean is just tell me and there'll be no consequences. When a cop says it, what they mean is just tell me so we can get to the consequences.
Yeah, so we can fuck you. Or, like you'll see, even those clips of like there's a bar fight and like a cop comes up to be like, what's going on here? And like normal citizens are like, oh, he's investigating to discover the culprits. Like, no, he's trying to find any person that he just saw like do a defensive shove, like admit they were a part of it so that he can fuck you up and be like, oh, but you just assaulted that, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, they're always trying to trap you. They're always trying to trick you. Don't talk to cops. Fuck cops. Don't talk to them.
Even just looking at the picture behind Taylor, does he have his finger on the trigger?
Yeah, that was right before he shot. That was when. Well, this was right at.
Well, he's firing a shot.
Was he practicing any gun safety when he came out the door?
He was
no, he's doing the classic.
We'll go clear over the school, and so I'll be fine. But no, he did that. But this was right after he's on the inside saying, "I'm coming out with a gun," and Frank yells, "Come out here and kill me!"
Yeah,
kill me.
See the video.
It is so funny. Watch the whole thing.
The fact that they're dressed so much alike and look so much alike has always been comical to me.
Didn't one of them call the other fat during this exchange?
God,
I think
hope
so.
not.
I think one of them gave the other one a hard time for being fat.
That is funny.
Also, along those lines, I want to say Boogie looks thinner in his mugshot.
He does.
Yeah.
He had a funny tweet where like he subtweeted like a thing where it's like a warrant is out for Boogie's arrest, and he's like, "Why did they use a picture from 8 years ago?" Because he was horrible in the picture. And he's like, "Come on, I'm under arrest. You can't give me my
in his
teeth."
mugshot. He should have shown off his new teeth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how are you not smiling?
What'd you say, Kyle?
What I said.
He should have done like a Charlie's Angel pose, like with finger guns and smiled.
That would be internet perfect.
like done a Yosemite Sam, like, hey.
Photoshoppers, get on it.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Oh, right. That's
unless you put him in full Yosemite Sam costume with the hat, then it's okay. Mustache too.
I can't believe this.
So is this thing still moving? I realized what happened when I refreshed it. Is it like backed off a couple hundred, then counted back to where it was? It's not growing like I thought.
They're trying to convince you that this is like actively moving.
Yes.
3,003. It's been up 8 since I mentioned it earlier.
I think I forgot what the number was previously, and like
2 more.
I don't think they're gonna buy
1 more.
This
3322 for me. Is that
3 more?
Is it gonna hold
25?
3317.
Boogie2988 signed it.
I mean,
that is an admission of guilt in the state of Arkansas.
Gandhi and Hitler both signed it. Believe it or not.
You rarely get them to agree on anything. This is great.
I know, and the fact they're both dead. I don't know. I don't know about that. 155-year-old Gandhi signed the petition to however old he was
from the afterlife.
For some reason, I thought you
voted
knew that
in the last
number.
election or voted.
Hook, line, and sinker. 155, huh? That's impressive, Taylor. I can't get past Boogie's fucking death penalty thing. It's still climbing.
I laughed so hard when I saw that.
Not a bad mugshot. Not a great mugshot.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. If I'm getting arrested and I'm Boogie, I know my mugshot is hitting the internet quickly.
Yeah.
So like, I want to make it better than that.
Who's the Republican? There was a guy who took a great mugshot.
It looked like a campaign photo.
I'm gonna try and find it. Oh, here it. I found Tom DeLay. Tom DeLay. Here, everyone's about to see it. This is the
That's
best
a mugshot?
That is literally like a mugshot. He looks great.
His hair is on point. He's smiling. He looks like he's happy to be there. He's got the suit. The suit's wrinkle-free. Shirt's wrinkle-free. He's got a nice tie on.
Oh my
God. That's a man that knows he's about to post bond. That's what that is.
Someone's selling 5x7s on Amazon of that mugshot. That's great.
You should get him to sign it. He would. I bet he'd sign that.
So Boogie did bond out, right?
I'm sure.
I wonder what it was set at.
Probably 10K, 20K.
Is that like lowest you can possibly go?
Mine was 10.
Okay. Like you have to do something pretty fucked up to like get a big one, right?
Yeah. Like they're not worried about Boogie running. Obviously.
And you only pay 10% of a bond?
Kyle, that went underappreciated, but I liked it.
Yeah, I know. It's bad.
I'm looking. It's $5,000 bond, according to this.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. No, yeah, I don't remember my dad did it for me. I think my dad actually signed like a property bond, so like probably didn't have to pay anything.
So it's my understanding you can go to a bail bondsman, I think, or something like that, and pay 10% of it, but you don't get it back.
I believe that is the case.
Or you can pay, in his case, all $5,000, but if you show up to court, you get it all back. So it's really it's almost a poverty tax in kind of a way, in that like if you have $5,000 laying around, then it doesn't cost you anything. If you don't, it costs you $500.
Yeah, and if you have like property that's valuable, more valuable than $5,000, because if you have, I can't imagine a piece of property that isn't worth $5,000.
Welcome to Detroit.
And then if you don't,
you're right.
You don't pay the rest of your bond, then fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter comes after you.
That's exactly right, because like the bail bondsman is like that's how he makes his money. Like he's got to get you back now so that he actually gets paid.
Right.
Are you guys talking about what is likely to happen to Boogie?
We're talking about his bond. It's been set at 5,000, and I'm sure he bonded out. If he hasn't, we'll
tweeted, right?
That's got to be stressful for him.
Dick, I saw a clip of you the other day, and you were being informed that Boogie might have butthole cancer, and your immediate reaction was, the clip's 2 minutes long. You learn it like 5 seconds in. You learn. The rest of the clip is you laughing and then playing some sort of Islamic prayer while you laugh.
No, I made a special lower trombone just for Boogie. Here's the shit. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there it is. That's what I made when I heard he had blood cancer.
Why do we hate Boogie so much?
I don't hate him. I just think it's like he got this
death upon him. I mean,
I don't recall that.
He did shoot a 44 Magnum next to an elementary school. So to win an internet argument.
I'm in favor of that.
That was ballsy.
I
Sort of a devil may care kind of guy.
We were all kind of like kind of okay with that. Like you didn't want to.
No, we.
It was such a weird scenario. Like the whole thing.
Clear
Like,
the school.
No one was okay with a warning shot. None of us were okay.
If I was his neighbor, I would have walked over and kicked the pudding out of his blood. I would have kicked the cancer out of his blood if he pulled that shit. I don't hate him. I just like a race. I'm excited to see if the obesity or the blood cancer kills him first, because it's like a slow acting cancer, right? So
you're waiting to see which one takes the lead. Do you and Boogie have horrid beef?
I think I'm just
bad blood. Why wouldn't you say bad blood there?
Yeah, bad blood.
Then he could do his. Damn it! Fuck!
The blood could always be worse.
The whole show. God damn it!
Do you and Boogie have high cholesterol?
I think I'm just a bully, and Boogie loves getting bullied. I know that he loves it deep in his heart. He just wants somebody to be mean to him all the time so he can go cry about it on Twitter.
You know what he's trying to do now, right?
What?
He wants to fight Wings of Redemption.
Yes.
In a pie eating contest?
That boxing match.
That's after.
Oh,
that'd be before. Load up.
Those two are going to box? What?
Yeah.
What quack is going to clear that?
Wait, can we pause here? Last week, we heard Wings was going to sign the paperwork on Monday. Is there an update out there?
There's no way he signed paperwork.
There's
to fight
no way
Boogie.
he signed the paperwork.
Yeah.
Unless
even though he would fuck up Boogie easily. Wings, if you're out there listening, if this clip finds you, you should take this fight because you will fuck up Boogie. He's 12 years older than you. He reached an echelon of fat that's higher than yours, which means
hips are ruined.
Hips are ruined. His feet probably hurt.
He has that disease where you push on the side of his leg, it stays indented for a while. Is it?
Yeah. What? Where you get like a
you don't know that?
Newtonian flu.
He demonstrated it on the show. Like he put the camera on his leg, he pressed his thumb in, and then there's a thumb indentation that lasts for a good minute and a half.
It was like a memory pillow. His flesh is like a memory pillow.
Is it? I want to call it lymphoma,
I think it's
but I think
lymphedema. I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
His skin literally sloughs off like he's some sort of mutant person who's like like changing into another thing, and like the outside is caking off of them, like in like one of those movies, like a pod person. Maybe that's why he's so big on the inside. There's something normal sized that's growing.
Yeah, there's a small man controlling him.
So, he's becoming silly putty.
That's Wings. Wings has a small man controlling him. I think Boogie's just fat.
Well, either way, Wings would fuck up Boogie in a boxing match.
Yeah,
I mean, like cardio wise, it's really not great either on either side.
Cardio, like I think like willpower. Like I've seen Wings go into real rages. I've just seen that Boogie kind of do his character, and I don't know. I did when I was training Wings, if you want to call it that. He hit mitts a lot. That was one of the things that I think he probably didn't enjoy it, but it's kind of fun. He hits hard enough, and he's got enough mobility, like the way he swings around. Like, yeah, sure. Plus, I saw Boogie hitting pads, and he stands like this and does this. It looks like he's like fake skiing.
It's like Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah.
No, there's no inertia from the side.
No shoulder engagement. No, like he can't like pivot his
like how
hips and,
Trump
like,
dances with just static moves like that.
I know we've been over this before, but do you remember when Boogie came on this show and told the story of how he intimidated that man at a gas station?
Yeah.
By like showing his "I'm angry" face, and the
he
guy
punked somebody out at a gas station.
Dude, Kyle, if you watch that clip and watch Kyle's face throughout it, it's hilarious.
Oh, really?
Because Kyle's face is just like indignant of like, you did not intimidate someone at the gas station.
I'm not a badass, but I know some, and that just ain't how your standard gas station fight goes, bro. Like, and just the idea that anybody's getting
that mustache
by
is
that
hilarious. Credit where credit's due.
Like nobody's afraid of Boogie out there. His story was that this guy like grabbed Boogie's woman's like ass or something, like super, maybe her pussy. Like it was like crazy. Like it was crazy how like
you know how it gets at Circle K.
It was like
it had that man later became president.
It was like a sexual assault. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, and what did you do? Oh. I hulked out on him. I grew 3 sizes, and he just looked at me and he just shrank like the coward he was. And
what he realized is that we were on a major fault line, and his life was in my hands. He knocks me down, and we all go.
Did he bite through a pipe like Odd Job or something with those chompers?
With those white picket fence posts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. Like while we're just being awful people and being mean to Boogie, Boogie came
terrible.
on the show after he got his fake teeth put in Mexico, and this is actually
those are fake.
This is a so this is a segue. Actually, we're going like remind me of Mexico because that's where we're heading with this. But he went somewhere like that and got one of those surgeries, and came on the show. Like we're having a conversation like right now, and I don't remember which of us noticed it first, but I quickly noticed that Boogie's gums were bleeding profusely, and all of his teeth were stained with blood.
Yeah, he had pink teeth, particularly like in the spaces between the teeth that collected a little thicker. So the teeth were pink, and it was sort of outlined with blood.
He looked like he just bit a woman. Like it looked bad. But all that aside, like I don't hate Boogie or anything. I just think it's funny to joke around about him. But I hope they fight. I would love to see that. But I would love to bet on Wings. I think Wings is like a 2-to-1 favorite in my odds book. But the odds of Wings signing that contract are like 10-to-1. If he's got any sense, Wings never sign a contract without having a lawyer fucking look at it. Just do that. Do not sign anything until a lawyer looks at it.
Unless you have like a really good feeling about it.
That's straight from Cliff Hutchins.
At least have Woody look at it. Send the contract to Woody. He'll look at it and he'll notice if it says that. Yeah, but you'll notice anything glaring. You know,
maybe if it's glaring,
you'd notice something like in perpetuity. We now own your house. Whoa! I don't even own my house. Like it would be a whole thing, you know. So you need to catch him before he gives somebody else's house away or something like that.
Well, I mean, I think Keemstar is promoting this thing, so there is no more reputable source, no more honorable man. He's in good hands.
I think he like runs a boxing show now, right? Is that the same one that Sam Hyde fights in?
Yeah, Happy Punch.
Okay,
promotions. Yeah, I got my money on Boogie. I think
I'll take it. Boom.
Take your
you
money.
and I
Take these odds.
$10.
I don't think he'll sign the contract either. $10 you're on, but I think he's got a lot. I think he's got a lot more rage that's just waiting to come out. Like, look, that contributes to his size. And I think it'll come out in the ring.
You think so?
I hear you,
I
but
don't know.
think about what Wings says when he loses a video game or if he gets team killed. Like Wings is filled with rage. It is right there, ready to be called upon at any time. His standard line is, "I hope your parents die in a fiery automobile wreck." Right? Like that. Wings has got the rage. He doesn't give up rage to anybody.
Boogie does hope his own parents die, though, in that same automobile wreck. So he
that evens out. They're both brutal.
Yeah, yeah, he can flip it around.
Keto.
If Boogie had a chance, he'd have to end it quickly.
Boogie's so fat that if he hit you in a car, it would be worse than normally getting hit by a car. They'd be like, "What happened here? Oh, everything's destroyed.
This is only a Civic, and it hits like an SUV."
Yeah, I'd rather get hit by a truck carrying
like
ball bearings.
Velocity times mass.
Oh my!
Because he's so fat.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Woody, where were you?
Get it?
No, I was joking. Yeah.
Oh man,
we haven't even mentioned.
Yes, no mercy for Boogie.
It
Boogie
is
the liar.
it's strongly thought that he's been a big old fibber about his cancer situation.
He has no. He's always. I mean, little fibber, big. He's always a big fibber.
One of the biggest fibbers I've ever seen.
I mean, in terms of volume or mass or,
yeah.
So I remember when we found out that Boogie had cancer and Dick Masterson had like a celebration show. It was like
I do remember that.
It was like a Halloween episode of The Simpsons. He like brought out all the stops. He laughed hysterically, like he'd heard the funniest thing in his life. He was celebrating. He was cheering. I think they were playing sound effects. I saw a clip of you the other day. And you were being informed that Boogie might have butthole cancer, and your immediate reaction was, the clip's 2 minutes long. You learn it like 5 seconds in. You learn. The rest of the clip is you laughing and then playing some sort of Islamic prayer while you laugh.
No, I made a special lower trombone just for Boogie. Here's the shit. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there it is. That's what I made when I heard he had blood cancer.
Why do we hate Boogie so much?
I don't hate him. I just think it's like he got this
death upon him. I mean,
I don't recall that. Yeah.
So he must be down in the dumps now to find out that Boogie's in fact not dying.
So
that'd
Boogie
be funny.
went on TRT, and TRT increases your red blood cell count. Cancer can also increase your red blood cell count. So Boogie, knowing it was one of these two things, told everybody that it was cancer and started using it to like fundraise and get money and pay for his doctor's bills.
Did he do that?
Did he?
Well, yeah, he used it to promote his crypto coin or something. I watched a CoffeeZilla video about it. And then he rug pulled the crypto coin, which I barely understand. But so he needed to give like $5,000 back, and they knew that he had $5,000 in the bank. And he's like, no, you don't understand. The $5,000 from crypto I've spent on medical bills. It's at Mercy Hospital. The $5,000 in the bank, I scrimped and saved for that. It has nothing to do with the $5,000 I got from crypto. Those are wildly different things, as if cash is not fun.
This is like that Iranian oil fund that we keep cutting off and turning on.
So he said that he needed this money to pay his bills and such. And then they pulled like Keemstar in, and Keemstar's like, he makes enough money to pay his mortgage. I don't know what he's talking about, but he was crying poverty and medical bills and such to raise cash. I swear, like at some point, does crypto not become a scam because everybody knows it's a scam? If I made a lose your money coin, could investors really be like, I had no idea what I was getting into?
I have no idea. I feel like there's not a lot of forgiveness for people who put their whole life savings in.
You know what I've seen?
2988.
It was the fatty coin, right? Like the Boogie 2988 fatty coin. Did you really think this was you were getting in on the ground floor of an investment?
I don't think there's anything fraudulent about those coins. I think that it's almost like it's like a raffle or a cakewalk or something. Except the guy who owns the coin knows when the fucking music stops. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like that. And it's like you're jumping in on a game that's fixed against you. Like maybe you time yourself well and like on the ride you're selling and buying and like, but if you don't know the day when the guy who has 50% of the fucking coin is going to dump, then you're just playing along with this. Scam's a harsh
want to
word.
make a PKA lose your money coin and then get interviewed by CoffeeZilla and try to defend like this was not a scam. We told them what was going to happen. This is a donation.
Everyone knew. Everyone. There's a disclaimer.
There's a disclaimer. You will not make money on the PKA scam. Go ahead and buy a coin, you fucking rube.
The website asked them 4 times, "Are you sure?" See how many captchas they had to get through to actually buy the scam of the coin?
And they were trick captures. Those bikes were overlapping into a lot of squares.
They identified which were bikes, which were boats, and how to spell a word.
So he fibbed seemingly, and Zach posted the most recent update. I'm going to read it here. To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I know, I think this is actually from Keemstar, and Keemstar and Boogie and Wings do that show together, and so Keem is pretty plugged in with Boogie's life. To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I know, Boogie went on steroids that could have caused cancer in the blood years ago and was warned of the dangers. 2 years ago, after he'd lost all his money in crypto, he went to the doctor and had high red blood cells indicating he may have cancer in his blood. Before he got any confirmation, he rushed to make a YouTube video announcing he had cancer. 2 years later, he still doesn't have confirmation he has cancer, but he's been telling everyone he does and used it for sympathy many times. Whether it was promoting his crypto scam or asking people to financially support him lying about the cancer could be considered fraud. He is scheduled to get a confirmation test to see if he 100% has cancer soon. So ironically, even though he lied, he may still have cancer. And he was also, that's the end of the quote, I believe, from Keem. And he also, a number of people offered money to him to show his positive cancer tests. And it added up to like 80,000 then.
Holy shit. Dude, he's like Randy Marsh. He's in the backyard getting sun with a microwave open next to himself, getting a daily fucking x-ray flash at the dentist. He's like, please, Lord, strike me down.
He's just buying red 40 dye off the dark web, guzzling it, trying to kickstart cancer.
He's smoking a pack an hour. Oh my God.
So he's someone who's always, he's an online content guy, so he's going to try and make money in whatever content way he can. And to turn down,
he chose acting.
$70K. Just like if he had cancer, why not take a free $70,000? And apparently, according to Zach, he said that's his last shred of privacy, which is
nonsense.
Very clearly a lie. $70,000 to show that you
does that offer extend to anyone?
If he has cancer,
I want to go back to.
I really had it.
I want to go back to what Keem said though, because he said there at the end that maybe I misunderstood. It seemed like there was now maybe a new sign that there could be real cancer, and I like that he threw in there like, ironically, after lying for 2 years about having cancer, he may now actually have cancer. Is that not proof that there is a God? Like
it's lining up. But
No,
I mean, the fact that
I've been proven really wrong about God all week. I've been checkmating him in our WhatsApp.
Just swish after swish, dude.
He goes silent. He goes silent.
Was that when I said Jackie's standing in front of me with her purse on, saying I'm ready to go? Is that when I?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's making up excuses and stuff. He said he had to go to the cancer doctor at one point. Like he was just whatever he could do to get out of that God conversation. Checkmate.
Yeah. Boogie. Like if Boogie had a positive,
I went Terrence Howard on it.
Yeah, we need Terrence Howard to tell us that cancer is not even a real thing and it's caused by bad math or whatever.
That's bad vibes right there. See, you vibrating at the wrong frequency. You vibrating at the frequency
now, see,
of the constellation of Cancer.
Your humors are out of touch. Your dark
I don't believe in humors.
and your yellow bile. Boogie. I just want to apologize to you guys as survivors that you have to look at people like that who will take your trauma, your pain, and try to monetize it.
You're welcome for my service. By
Thank
the way,
you
if anyone wants to give to the Woody Cancer Fund that he's beaten 2 years ago, just send it to PayPal, Woody'sGamerTag.com. no, Woody'sGamerTag@gmail.com. That's my PayPal.
You can send it to Boogie, care of Woody. And
that's what Trump did with Herschel Walker.
Yeah, and then Woody can just get a brand new fan for his back. Perfect. Yeah. So Boogie, he deleted his Twitter. Everybody's going in on him because
he deleted his Twitter.
It's a bigger controversy than you might imagine. Somehow
he was trending on Twitter, like in the real trending section, like next to politicians' names. Like people really hate it when you fake cancer. Yeah, if you deactivate your account and you're not like banned, you can just reactivate it later. I think.
Oh, that's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, that's probably what he did.
He just went invisible essentially.
And I think Keemstar
people
kicked
don't
him.
like it when you.
Not only do they not like it, like people
find
who
it
didn't,
gauche. Yeah.
People who never knew who he was before now know him, and because of this, and they're kind of involved. You know what I mean?
I didn't realize it was such a faux pas.
It's a huge faux pas.
Yeah.
People hate it.
Yeah, nobody likes
people
that.
do not like him now.
We should have him on the show.
Keemstar, I think, said he's done with he's no longer on the LolCow show that he and Keemstar do together, and Wings is on it as well. Yeah, I think so. That's the end of the Boogie chat. Well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe if he's pulling numbers for a bit, maybe they let him on.
I tell you, the next episode is going to be a popular one to see.
My guess is this: he didn't just lie to all of us. He lied to Keem and Wings too about this cancer thing. I'm making this up out of whole cloth, but like, I bet there was talks. Boogie was like, the cancer's really acting up today. Could you fill in for me? or maybe like, hey, could you round that paycheck up? To the next point for me. This cancer, oh man, it's just so expensive these days with the treatments that I get.
Keemstar may not have liked that he lied about Keemstar. I know Keemstar well enough to say he's okay with lying. I absolutely fucking guarantee it. But he was sort of pretending Keemstar didn't pay him properly and such, and he might not have liked that. I need to make this bigger.
Keem tweeted Boogie2988 biological brother. There's a quote before biological brother and not afterwards. I don't know about that. Who's also a doctor, claims Boogie does in fact have cancer. To those who are trolling my brother, #Boogie2988, I can confirm that his diagnosis of polycythemia vera is absolutely true. He has suffered with this debilitating condition for at least 2 years. I stake my reputation as a healthcare professional on this fact. Now, why would he,
it?
I'm already on it.
What he's on it?
You know what? Like medical
It's a
doctors,
type of blood cancer. Okay.
Yeah, like
all right,
medical doctors tend not to have PhD after their name.
We're gonna have to start
my
over.
reputation as a healthcare provider that he doesn't have cancer.
I'm willing to stake mine as a healthcare provider as well. I'm gonna go ahead and make Boogie's real, not Dr. Brother account on Twitter right now and be like, he's lying.
We have Kyle. Do you remember? Was it basal cell?
Basal cell
carcinoma.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the harshest form of cancer. Some say
it's like
people are saying. So this is his brother. Brian
starts with your eyes.
Well, he made this a 11-year-old account. Why does it say PhD if he's a medical doctor?
What's his website? What's his little link there? The drbdub.tech.
Just shows you all the best wing combinations.
What if it was porn? Oh no.
This site can't be reached. This site is made up. You have been had.
It's like that episode of It's Always Sunny where P. Diddy was a doctor.
Oh yeah, Dr. Jinx.
He just sprays a little Lysol on his arm.
Man, maybe Boogie's playing the long con and he really
I looked up Brian Williams, PhD. It's a black dude. Are we sure this is his brother?
And
there could be a lot of Brian Williams PhDs out there.
It's just funny.
Yeah, I don't know what
it is. His brother. He could have fibbed to his own brother. You never know.
Well, he's acting like he's staking his medical. What did he say? Reputation or whatever.
You can't stake your medical degree when you have a PhD.
Fair. Okay, I didn't read that. It seems like maybe
PhD is like a doctorate of literature or psychology or fucking history, like a medical doctor's
reputation as a historian on the
I know the history, and the history is that he's been dealing with this for 2 years now. Yeah, why not just make a cool 75 grand and show his test results and get the pity, get people off his ass, and make 75.
Someone can offer something before that money's like an escrow or you've put it in an account or something like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but these are big street. Like Keemstar offered 15 grand. this guy Mudahar, who's a giant
Okay,
streamer,
if it's piecemeal like that, that's
and
kind
if
of
it's
different.
live, like they're not.
Yeah,
gonna
I don't
go
know. It's a really shitty thing to lie about. You know, there's a whole Seinfeld episode about just how shitty that would be to do and take advantage and get like little benefits in life, like parking spaces and discounts here and there.
Then that guy gets cancer in the end, and it kills him anyway. Remember? Little side story.
Yeah, he actually John Lovitz. He actually gets the cancer and it kills him. I think
Zach says Destiny, Muda, Keem, and Camelot. Not sure who Camelot is. Those are the 4 that offered money if he showed his test.
That's great.
And so I know Destiny, Mudahar, and Keem are all big enough that they're not going to go on a stream and like promise money, and then if they're proven wrong, they're like, oh, I'm backing out.
Fuck it, I want in. I want my name in this. I'm gonna $13.37. Elite amount of cash.
I was so afraid you were gonna say 10,000, and then Boogie was gonna flip his cards over and say straight flush.
No.
Because like that kind of long game would make him the baddest motherfucker of all time. if this was all like a master plan. Because once it's easy for Woody, for example, to jump in like, yeah, 10,000 Boogie if you show, because we know like almost for sure that this is a bit of he fibbed. But maybe that's the long game he's been playing, and he's just waiting till it gets to that $100,000 number to flip his cards over.
That
like,
all
actually,
hinges
guys,
on Boogie being a genius.
Yes,
he would need to be a genius or a Randy Marsh in his backyard with an X-ray machine. Get after it. Get after it, buddy.
Using like high red blood cells as the determination of that. It's like
when you're on TRT.
It's like Kyle being like, man, my stomach's been bothering me for the last week or so. You know what that causes, or what causes that? Stomach cancer. I'm going to bank on that being the solution. And it's like, well, you've eaten a lot of nonsense in the last week, man. Like,
you're right.
It's like,
no, hot sauce on everything.
Like 2017 Kyle, who made up his own Taco Bell recipes.
Oh yeah, that was like
I can make one hell of a Crunchwrap Supreme. I am very good at it. Like my Crunchwrap Supreme is way better than a Taco Bell one.
I think that was during your 33-year vegetable boycott, wasn't it?
Yeah. I tell people that and they don't believe it because now I love vegetables and I love cooking with them. There's not a vegetable I don't eat and enjoy. But I genuinely didn't eat a vegetable the first 33 years of my life. I ate only lettuce, like smothered in ranch at a Pizza Hut salad bar, that sort of vegetables. Yeah. Is a cucumber get in there? Wiping my tongue with a towel, the tomatoes and tomato sauce.
Fuck off. Have you heard there's no such thing as a vegetable?
Is that Terrence Howard's new theory?
No, apparently vegetable is not a thing. Like
that's a legume.
Yeah, that's a legume. That's a fruit. That kind of knows
a sprout, motherfucker.
That's a root. Like there's a bunch of things, but like a botanist has no concept of vegetable. They know lots of things, but not vegetable is a cooking term,
colloquial term. Yeah, it's just what. And I'm glad that we've got. So is bug, right? There is an animal called a bug, but it's not an insect.
Is it a mammal?
No, it's a. And this is kind of complicated because of the words we're using.
Type of bug.
You would look at it and say that's a bug, but you're like, you're more right than you know. That's literally the bug. If you look,
but I would also think it was an insect when it's not.
You'd be wrong. Yeah. I'm like 99% sure I'm right about that. Way more positive than I am about Boogie not having cancer.
I don't know anything about bug taxonomy, so I won't weigh in. But I
perhaps next time read up on it. I'd appreciate it, dude. I don't want to shift away from Boogie, but I keep forgetting that game where you control a colony of ants that's coming out. I'm gonna play that. That looks so fucking cool. Oh, here.
Difference between
I saw something similar when I was googling it.
This is like the square rectangle thing. All bugs are insects, but not all insects are bugs.
Fair.
All right, so bugs are the worst ones.
Well, that's what you get when you take your who does animal divisions, well, whatever, your zoology information from a comedy podcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
You all your phylums, all your families.
We're spot on over here. But yeah, that's a pretty awful thing to do, especially if you manipulate people using it, and even more so if you manipulate people who you consider to be close friends. I can understand maybe you don't feel like comfortable telling your friends the truth, the true, but like you would never be like,
like manipulate them with it too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because
Yeah.
I'm imagining a scenario where like this guy's worried about poverty or paying a mortgage or something, and he's like, I got it. A fake cancer diagnosis. That'll get the cashola coming in. We couple that with a crypto pump and dump, and those rubes will be paying out that wazoo.
I seem to be the only person who ever thinks that if the scam is scammy enough, it goes full circle, and everyone knew what they were getting into, right?
I thought Boogie had a reputable coin, Woody. I'm sorry, $50,000 later, and I'm left holding my pockets.
My life's ruined. How am I going to explain to my wife that I lost the house because of fat coin?
He said the coin was going to cure his cancer, and it was going to just
because I have a soft
explode.
spot for Boogie that I look at this obvious scam and say, oh, you know, everyone thought it was a good fun.
It's like it's like a retard in a parking lot trying to trick you with 3-card Monty, and he's like fumbling and everything. And it's like, oh, come on,
Woody.
we all saw what cup the ball's under. Like,
well, see, I don't follow him or his coin at all. I didn't know he had a coin until this very moment. So my question would be, did he say, hey, think of this as a cancer charity when you buy my coin that might actually turn out to be profitable for you? We hope it will. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make a profitable coin. We've got this technology behind us, and we're hoping that this industry uses our coin to lock their digital locker locks, and it'd be in every locker and every train station in America. That's 18 million. Okay, well, shit. Maybe we will make some money. And at worst case scenario, we fund Boogie's cancer treatment. Like if you said that, with your fake cancer, I mean, that seems fraudulent to me. That seems like you made a cancer charity.
Boogie has a
money.
young girlfriend that he shows mostly naked on stream.
apparently, he's the real Jabba the Hutt vibe.
So, Zach, show me a picture of Boogie and his girlfriend together.
He's got her on a chain.
yeah. Show me that, but don't actually show me that. Show me Jabba the Hutt and Princess Leia. Like and we'll pretend like it's Boogie. Now mute the last 8 seconds. We went on a little bit of a late show rant a show or two ago, and we made the call that 10 minutes of the show had to be excised. And I didn't think I said anything bad. I just described if anybody's curious, I described a hypothetical that we all agreed was a touchy hypothetical. Not one that involved any of us either. Just if this third party and that third party, blah blah blah, and then we realized we'd said something we probably shouldn't say.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a big of a deal. It was just a hilarious joke that I wrote.
So are you guys going to get in on the fat coin now?
Oh, that'd be great. Just please separate me from my money.
You can't rug pull twice, right? Now's the time.
What's it valued at? What's it valued at right now? I would love to know.
It seemed like to fund it, he needed $5,000.
Zero. Okay, so get in, get ground floor, folks.
Buy low.
Ground floor, folks. Well, that's awful. Hate to hear that. I bet Dick Masterson is just gooning somewhere, reading through the articles. He's just cock in one hand and mouse in the other.
The weirdest thing that I experienced was at some point, Ryan is like, close your eyes. That's the shaman. He's like, close your eyes and you'll still be able to see. I know, right? He's like,
Steve. Shaman's name is Ryan.
Yeah.
My name is Ryan McGillicuddy, and today I will guide you.
So he's not Native American born.
Google
He's
that
like
name.
certified by the Native American church that he's part of, right?
Okay, you talked about psychedelics. What do you take it? Mushrooms?
So there's a documentary coming up that you'll be able to watch on YouTube on a channel. Mike Klum is the guy who filmed it with me, and like I've seen some of the clips. It's hysterical. I think it's really interesting. And we were looking for something to do during the 7 days he was staying here. And I'm like, hey, I know this is a Native American shaman who wants to like help me, and I don't know exactly what he wants to do, but he wanted me to like talk to him. And so we did 5 milligrams of penis envy mushrooms out in the middle of a forest on like this special land with a waterfall and stuff.
You probably mean 5
grams. 5 grams.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
5 grams,
yeah.
I don't know why I keep saying milligrams, but yes, 5 grams of penis envy. And you can see all of this in the documentary. Like I hope, I know he's going to include this part. But you can see like the handful of dosing and watch me eat it and everything. And then
How'd that go for you?
It went great, man. I died, which was you want to hear like the scientific or more like the spiritual?
No, I just want to know what you saw and felt.
I saw the fractals of the universe. That was really cool. Like the fractals that make up everything.
What was your environment like? Were you in a bed? Were you in a teepee?
We were in the middle of the woods, and I was in like a shitty lawn chair from Walmart, like one of those foldable chairs, I think. And it was near a lake, near a waterfall, and the ground was like super muddy, so I was like really afraid to get up. Thank God, because otherwise I'm sure I would have wandered. And then I saw like the ether that we all came from, and then I realized we were all the universe, and the universe is all us, and we are all intertwined, and we should be like not shit at each other if we could. And I also died during the experience, which was neat. And I'm pretty certain I know what death is like.
What do you mean by that?
I completely left my body. Like my body was in one place and my brain was elsewhere. My spirit or my consciousness left. And I pissed myself because while I was out of my body, as I was coming back into it, I realized I pissed myself. So that was neat. All of that's in the thing. Then the second trip,
the title.
Boogie pisses himself. The second trip was 2 weeks ago, and I think it's going to be my last. But we did a probably irresponsible amount of MDMA.
I've never done that. So is that a psychedelic MDMA?
Apparently. Apparently, yeah. If you
MDMA, we're talking about
Molly or ecstasy
ecstasy.
or
Ecstasy.
Yeah. So it was actually
Molly since college.
That was the one that made me realize just what a sensational asshole I've been over the last few years, and it really made me like self-reflect on a lot of the decisions I've made and a lot of the harm that I think I've done inadvertently. And but I think what it really taught me more than anything is a lesson that I think Wings needs to learn, which is I realized that I'd sought comfort my whole life because I had like a rough start, right? And by seeking comfort, I created my own personal hell. And that's a shitty way to live. So it's much better to do the hard stuff now so you can have an easier life later than it is to try to have an easy life now. And that's my biggest regret. And if I can teach people that through that documentary or through this fighting or through my YouTube channel or being on the show or something like that, I think that's cool. I think you don't have to do these psychedelics. In fact, I don't recommend it unless you have a shaman or a doctor or someone who can like walk you through this. Don't do this shit recreationally. Do this shit with a professional.
Taylor, do you have a shaman hat?
I could buy one, man.
Do you have a shaman accent?
That's
all
if you got the accent and the hat, then that's all you need. Because I really
I imagine I could just do Native American.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
The same. I am a medicine man, and I'm a future teller, and the future tells me in a few years we're about to get blown the fuck out by some people way over across the sea. You're gonna show up with shit that goddamn we aren't even close to.
Avoid
ways ahead on the tech tree.
The way you phrase that, it sounds like you've had some psychedelic experiences, have you? What have you done?
What he's done?
You talking to me or Taylor?
Yeah, or any of you?
Me, I've done two things. I've done mushrooms. They didn't have a name though or anything, but you know, psychedelic mushrooms. And under the guidance of like therapist and whatnot, I did ketamine.
Yeah, I really wanted to do that as well.
So the ketamine, I think, was 5 times. It might have been 6, but it was one of those. And that was a really good experience.
Can you speak to its efficacy? Like, did it help?
What was that last word? The hope?
Like efficacy? Did it help?
Oh, did it help? Yes. Yeah, it really did. So I've talked about on the show before. So quickly, they give you a dose based on like, you know, your previous drug experience and the size of you. And then you take it and you say, all right, this is what it was for me. And what it was for me the first time was like, I felt it. I felt like I was happy and covered and sort of like on a warm slip and slide as I sort of got together with my thoughts. And there was no second guessing. All of my thoughts, everything that I was thinking was right, according to me. You know, it's like, these are the realizations. This is what Colin needs. This is what Jackie needs. This is what fills my bucket. These are the things that I was trying to work out. And there was no, but that doesn't happen on ketamine. And ketamine, all your ideas are genius. And afterwards, I wrote them down and everything. And I told her, hey, it worked. And I felt it. It was a good vibe. But kind of like if you're a little drunk and then your parents come downstairs, suddenly you're like not drunk. You can push it down. It's like, I don't want to be able to push it down. I want to be so drunk that it's like, Mom, I'm so drunk. That's where I want to be. So they nearly doubled my dose. I want to say, don't get caught up on the numbers, but maybe it went from like 250 to 400, like something like that. And then the next 4 or 5 trips were that much more hardcore, and every one of them was a positive experience. And thumbs up. Expensive. I think I paid $1,200 for 6 trips.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
I hit of acid's $10.
I mean, mine was free, so it can't be free.
A hit of acid's $10, but like where I am, one, I have no idea where I could find acid. And 2, if I did, I don't have like a friend group to be the tour guide to tell me what a dose is, what to expect.
I bet you know a guy who rides recklessly who probably could take care of you there.
Yeah, actually, a lot of my motorcycle friends aren't super local. They're like 6 hours away.
So you didn't get. Never mind. I want to do DMT. That's what I want to do so goddamn bad. Acid is fun. If I could do acid twice, 3 times a month, maybe even, I would. I think 1 time a month is what I read. Like you're supposed to do. But I would love, or like the most you're supposed to do. I would love to do DMT. I want to go on that scary fucking elf finding trip, man. I want to see beings and I want to commune with them, and I want to take a huge dose the first fucking time. I see those people pussing out and like hitting that vape, like no, we're going deep. I want to go I want to see some shit.
You don't want to dabble, make sure it agrees with you first. You just want to take off.
Even on 4 or 5 hits acid or whatever I took, it was like the biggest thing with the visuals was things kind of looked all melty and squiggly and stuff. Things like moved, like for sure if you looked at them. But like I wasn't going somewhere else. Like this room was squiggly. I want to leave this reality. Fuck this room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to fucking tear the fucking drywall away like I'm Alice in Wonderland and go to the fucking underworld. I want to see Zeus or some fucking.
You want to see fucking something neat.
I want to see some wild shit. Yeah.
I don't want to throw up.
I'll throw up if that's the price I gotta pay. I know with ayahuasca, which I'm probably
the guy in our Discord only threw up. A guy for Boogie's benefit, a guy in our Discord smoked DMT for us in our hangouts so we could see what it was like. And the first time was all fine, and you're not supposed to do it 2 times like back to back. And he did, and it made him very sick. So
I wouldn't say very sick. He
vomited.
If you ever seen a kid spit up on themselves, like he kind of did that. He kind of like burbled up on himself in kind of a scary way because he wasn't fully conscious or with it. He was vomiting in our dimension, but his mind was still partially in another galaxy circling around a fucking black hole or some shit.
Dude, spitting up as an adult, like if you while describing that just went and just kind of spit up a little bit on yourself, do you know how alarmed I would be? I'd be like, "Are you all right? Like, stop the show. Get Kyle to the hospital." He's throwing up on himself. No, I'm just cool. I'm into drugs.
I really want to do that. I don't want to. I wish I could find a legal way to do it.
Isn't it legal in Oregon?
I mean, all of the that's on my schedule if I want to go that way. So like talk to the medicine man because apparently they're allowed to do all of this stuff.
Is he on a reservation?
No, he's just I've been to his place. It's definitely not a reservation.
He's like, they allow it. Believe me, nobody stopped us all day.
So he's actually got like certification from the state of Arkansas, certification from the United States, like where it's all allowed. And he like
it's like those Ron Swanson, I can do this.
Like there's definitely.
I got my shaman license, as you see here. Here's my hat. What more could you want? Like whether I don't want to skirt any legalities, or I want to just like, I just really want to go on that DMT trip. But I found acid to be a ton of fun. That was so nice, especially like watching movies on it with like the sound up loud. I loved Fantasia. I was having such a great time watching Fantasia. Like those colors are so beautiful. And then we'd go outside and it was very cold outside, and the cloud, it was one of those nights where it's really clear, but there's thin clouds that are fast moving past the moon. And so you get that weird perspective of the moon like being obscured and then like revealed over and over. And on acid, that was neat. Yeah. That was the coolest part.
One of my takeaways from hearing this, though, is how you crushed it on the set and setting, which is such a big point. And if people aren't in the psychedelic world at all, set and setting is the mindset that's set, and setting is, of course, the place. And like where I had my good experiences in a bed, scented candle, blindfold, pre-chosen music, weighted blanket. Like that's my setting. That's my cup of tea. Kyle nailed his setting. Alice in Wonderland, a group of friends, safe place, you know, like, and he had the fun that he was looking for.
There was this one YouTube video we watched because I was searching on, I had my YouTube shit hooked up to the big projector, and I think I voice searched like psychedelic video, cool music, and it was this video of like water being pierced by like a craft on water moving really fast, but like a digitized version of that. So like it's sort of like cutting through like the I can't even describe the visuals now, but what it would do is like every now and then when the beat would hit, it was because it would build, and then no, like all of a sudden everything would go up by a magnitude. And it was just every time like the screen would shift, it was mind blowing. And then like I hate to keep shitting on Dirty about him ruining my fucking trip and everything, but like just I'm trying to like focus on this like crazy visual on the screen. You know, if you're like staring at a 3D puzzle, how you got to get in that like mindset a little bit to like see the spaceship, like your Costanza. And I'm trying to do that, and he's like, you know, being a little wimp on the ground crying because he's scared of the loud music or fucking Alice. He was scared of no, he was scared of Mickey. That's what it was. That's what
I'm on his team with that one. Mickey's a scary cat.
In
Mickey
Fantasia,
Mouse.
you were afraid of him when he was like doing the spells
in the 1950s.
Yeah, he had the brooms and the buckets like coming up the stairs and everything.
That part, as a young child, that was a little unnerving because they play creepy music like that, and they're kind of like going up that dark tower, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Oh God, that even now, like if you can,
is that it?
No. I don't know what that is, but like that's what the colors are like sometimes. I still remember how blue Alice's fucking dress was. I was like, I've never seen that color blue before. That's like, I feel like I'm looking at like layers of blue that are deep and powerful. Like I'm just staring at her dress. It's just, Acid's wonderful.
I've never done it.
But it's more about obscuring this reality and making this reality we're in as fun and nifty as it can be.
So
like you're very giggly.
From my mushroom trip, I got a lot of that. And like just looking to the moon and looking at the sky and like looking out of the water as dark as it was. The weirdest thing that I experienced was at some point, Ryan is like, close your eyes. That's the shaman. He's like, close your eyes and you'll still be able to see. I know, right? He's like,
Steve. Shaman's name is Ryan.
My name is Ryan McGillicuddy, and today I will guide you.
So he's not Native American born. He's like certified by the Native American church that he's part of, right? He has a really interesting story if you ever look this guy up. He's fascinating, but it's his story to tell.
Please do not Google me. Do not believe me.
But he said, he's like, close your eyes and you'll be able to see those fractals still. And I could like see the trees. I could see the fucking water. I could see the sky, and I could see Ryan, and I could see his dog. But what I couldn't see was the cameraman or the producer that were there filming that. And like I told him like, why can't I see Mitch and Mike? And he goes, because they're not rolling with us, man. It's just me and you here. And I'm like, why can I see your dog? He's like, my dog's always here. Dogs are always here. And I'm like, I don't know how much of that I imagined, how much of that shit I dreamt and stuff, but it was fucking beautiful. And I wept. I was so happy. It was the first time in my life I've ever experienced actual happiness. And I'm like, man, the world is beautiful. And I'm so fucking glad to be a part of it. And then the MDMA gave me the very similar experience to the ketamine that you had, Woody, which was I wasn't allowed to block or defend myself or like get in the way of myself at all. And like he was playing a lot of music in between like the talk therapy, and he put on Imagine Dragons' Bad Liar. And then I just realized how many people I have hurt in my lifetime, either inadvertently and stuff like that. And I'm just like, hey, I literally have no way to defend that at all. And like the people I've let down on YouTube or the audience, your all's audience, I annoyed the shit out of the last time I was here and stuff like that. I'm like, man, instead of trying to come up with an excuse or be defensive, I didn't have one. I was just like, no, it just kind of sucks sometimes.
You did what those teenagers who threw that rock off the overpass did. Remember those guys? Those 5 teenagers? They threw this 6-pound rock off an overpass and killed this family man, hit him in the face with it.
That is what Boogie did.
Yeah, essentially. Essentially.
Identical.
And the judge was getting ready to like make an example of them, and they all pled guilty and read tearful speeches, and they got off with like a year or 2 in probation after murdering that man. And they're on video like doing it and cheering that they got him. And like,
damn, I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's what you did.
Throwing a spiritual stone
There's
through
no
life. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just that's such a good comparison. It's hard just to know where to start breaking it down. Like there's so many inroads that are cogent.
So since so many of us had positive experiences with these drugs or medications or whatever you want to call them, my question to you is, why do you think they're illegal?
I don't know. They just, it seems like everything's illegal until it's not.
I have my theory because number one, the ketamine treatment, finally we're getting that recognized. And if you look, there's a documentary you can watch on Netflix called How to Change Your Mind, which was really eye-opening. It's one of the things that led me to wanting to do this and stuff. And so we are quickly, like in the last 20 years ago, which is fascinatingly fast. We've known all of this information on how psychedelics can help people with depression, PTSD, anxiety, stuff like that since the 60s. And we successfully performed those studies then and then made it illegal under, I guess, Nixon and his war on drugs and stuff. But we're finally finding legal means for this stuff. And like Colorado, you can buy shrooms and you can get stuff to microdose with, or you can get enough to take a trip. I think eventually we'll see that legal in the United States. But my question is, why do you guys think it was illegal for so long? And I think it will all be legal at some point for sure. At least in controlled uses. There'll be controlled substances, but you have a way to get access to them.
Yeah. I mean, there's like lobbying from pharmaceutical companies, because they already have proprietary blends of things that, claim to handle certain diseases, or usually Western medicine's a lot about treating symptoms of a disease. And, they have a lot of power. And so they don't want you to smoke weed for your glaucoma. They want you to take this proprietary pill, Plexative VAM, or whatever the fuck it's called, and you take that, and they make money from it. So it seems like most things come down to money. So I would wager
I think
powerful people made more money by it
both on
not
that
being
side.
legal.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's my naivety. I figured it was just guilt by association. Drugs are actually bad, many of them, right?
Yeah,
Pharmaceutical ones can be bad. Let's all agree crack is bad. Heroin is bad.
Meth is pretty fucking bad.
Meth is pretty bad. And, if I'm Nixon, who's perhaps never even done drugs, does his friends didn't do drugs? I don't know. But like just totally uneducated. I'm like, fuck, all right. Mushrooms, pot, crack, cocaine, heroin, meth. Let's make it all illegal. He just didn't know enough to be like, actually, these can have their upsides.
Right.
He personally may not have, but like there was data like that. We've known for a long time that like weed isn't reefer madness. Like it doesn't make you a murderer and that stuff. Like they knew at the time. It's kind of like the same
like
way that they'll be like,
yeah,
Nancy Grace, that stupid bitch, like that with all her nonsense. But like, even now, like they'll be like, do you know in the 1920s and 30s, they didn't know cigarettes were bad for you? And it's like, that is a lie. They 100% knew cigarettes were bad for you for the entire time people have smoked things. The whole time people have been smoking things, they noticed like, hey, did you notice that little feathered, little chimney fucking died? It's because he was roasting all day. Like that's like people notice that kind of shit. So like the idea that like doctors in the 20s getting paid checks by the Camel Corporation or Marlboro were like, oh yeah, I choose Camel. It's like they knew it was bad. Like they knew that. And I would put the same thing. Like they knew weed wasn't that bad. Like they knew that taking drugs like shrooms and weed and putting them in the same category as horrifying shit like meth, where like it's very tangible when you see someone like you guys know when you see someone on meth in public, you instantly know they're on meth because there's a a lot of idiosyncrasies with meth. Like, and it's a jarring.
Some dental issues grab my
disjointed-
attention.
Some dental issues, yeah, and it's just a horrible drug. Like weed, that doesn't really happen. On the same token, though, like it's that old fucking South Park episode where they talk about like, yeah, weed will make you. For some people, it will make you a lazy bum. Like, so be wary of that.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a wake and bake guy and you're not getting anything done in your life, like just because the weed isn't causing a health issue doesn't mean it's still not something.
I mean, everything in moderation. I know coming from me, that's
Sure.
hypocritical as fuck, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
going
yeah.
back to what you said though, like I do think big pharma and medicine and like the doctors and stuff. I think a lot of it was about control, because what is making something illegal is that's literally controlling people, right? But I think it's kind of like a shortcut to some healing some ailments like depression, anxiety, and stuff like that. I'm off of my antidepressants now for almost 3 months, and
Good,
that
that's
was
great,
good
man.
money they were getting from me every single month, right? So if you ever think about when you think about what big pharma and like the medical industry does to people, or just corporations in general, imagine what it's like to be a fucking big fat fuck. Because number one, when you're a kid, they're like selling you Happy Meals and shit and creating like this very positive association. Ronald McDonald handing you a fucking balloon and jerking you off and giving you a cake and shit every time you go to McDonald's, right?
I remember McDonald's.
Yeah, they literally did
remember the
birthday
hand
cakes and
jobs.
shit. Yeah, I remember the hand jobs, right?
And then Grimace fills you up in the ball pit. It was horrible.
And then and you fucking balloon up, right? And you don't really know how to control what you eat. You're self-medicating with food, and you're being taken advantage of in that way because you're a good consumer. They love a good consumer, right? They'll cut you the deals. They'll sell you the food. They love that fat fuck, right? And then when you get sick, they catch you on the other way going down. They fucking they get your money on your way up as you're ballooning up. They get your money as you're ballooning down, and they get your money as you're fucking dying. I mean, when I look at a fat person now, not necessarily myself, but any other fat person I know, I see a person that has been completely and utterly rolled by the system.
Victims.
Like this complete,
Victims all.
right? Yeah.
Victims
I mean,
all.
to some degree. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're morbidly obese, you victimize yourself
Taylor,
quite a
remember that?
fucking bit.
You know, remember
but
that
still.
episode of Rick and Morty when like the Cronenberg virus was spreading and just everyone was just mutating instantly into Cronenberg monsters?
Yes.
That's what Big Pharma and McDonald's did. They just
It's
flew
created
over
a
and
whole
fat-
country of Cronenberg Americans.
When I was in high school, I got into a fight when I was 12, and it was an older kid, and I hurt the kid.
You were in
pretty
high
bad.
school at 12?
Well, I mean, I was in, well, I guess I was actually because we didn't have a middle school.
Okay.
So, what grade are you in 8th grade? How old are you when you're in 8th grade?
You're like 13 or 14 in 8th grade.
All right, so I guess I was 13 because I was in 8th grade. So whatever that was. But I hit the kid and I hit him pretty damn hard, and I ended up hurting him pretty bad. And then our family ended up getting sued over it, and it sucked. So then I swore I'd never hit another person, and I've managed to maintain that. But I did get into one more fight, and it was this kid. I failed 10th grade PE because I was embarrassed by my body and I didn't want to dress out, so I just didn't. And I had to take it over my senior year to make it up for it. So I was in 10th grade PE, and this one kid is always kind of making fun of me. And I've always been sharp with my tongue, so he would say things like, "Hey, good job out there today, you fat fuck. If you could run, we would have won," or whatever. And I'd say things like, "Well, I'm really tuckered out from fucking your mother's asshole all last night, and I'm got to tell you something. I've got to pick off all these fucking crabs, and it's just disgusting." And I would say things like that to him, and one day
how
he
you
got,
win.
Right, one day he just got like super mad, and he threw a punch at me and hit me square in the face, and I was like, "Dude, you don't want to fuck with me. I really do not want to ever hit anybody back. Please don't." And our coach was nearby, so he came and separated us. Well, that kid was waiting with him and his two older brothers at my car later that day. And they're like, "Oh, you fuck our mothers." And I'm like, "No, it's a joke, man." Because, well, I don't find that kind of joke very funny. And here's what's going to happen. You're going to let our little brother hit you, or we're all going to take you down. I'm like, "I'm never going to throw a punch at another person, dude. You can beat me as long as you want." And so he hit me several times in the face until my glasses flew off, broken. And then he hit me several more times. And I thought I could be super tough. Like I did exactly that pariah thing. I'm like, "All right, man, just do whatever you got to do." But eventually I'm driving home, right? I want to do that. But no, I mean, it starts hurting, man. I mean, he's like just clawing at my face. I don't know how many times he hit me. It must have been 8 or 9 times. And I just started bawling my eyes out. I'm like, "I can't believe you're fucking doing this. You're just going to beat me knowing I won't punch you back." And he's just like, well, hit me back. I'm like, I'm not going to touch you. The's no chance this is going to happen. Goes, I'm just going to keep hitting you then. He just keeps hitting me. And eventually he got bored. And
See,
so
the
I know I can
mistake
take a
you
punch.
Was
I mean, he was
not
half
hitting back.
Well, I didn't want to hit him back, and I felt glad about that. I'm proud that I didn't hit him back. I'm proud that I'm a pacifist. I'm always going to be a pacifist. I don't want to hurt other people. I didn't hurt the guy. I'm so grateful for that. That gives me so much self-confidence in the things that my convictions and the things I believe in, you know, for the rest of my life. But also, I didn't get any trouble.
This sounds like a terrible day, and I personally would have felt awesome if I could have somehow summoned the super me and beat up all 4 of them. That would be glorious.
I got 1 week of in-school suspension, which is like a vacation for a kid with like anxiety issues.
In-school suspension.
And then he got
the shit.
Right, he got 2 weeks of out-of-school suspension. But I knew I had it made. I knew I had it made when my principal brought me my lunch and in-school suspension, and I'm like, "Can I get an extra milk with this?" You know, so I normally get an extra milk. Sir.
I had in-school suspension.
You know?
I didn't think it was that good.
I hated it.
In my middle 20s, I had a period of time where I was way more attractive to dudes than I was girls. And so like I was not meeting any girls, I wasn't talking to any girls, but I would like be at a gas station playing like their fucking arcade game or whatever, and like a guy would come up to me and put his hands on me and be like, "Oh, I don't really like the way you play that game." And I'm like, What is happening? Why am I like
that happened?
What that's reality? That exact story happened. That's the part on Garland in Fayetteville, Arkansas. They had the Marvel versus Capcom machine. I'm playing that thing. I think it was Marvel versus. It's one of the Marvel fights.
One moment, did he happen to have like a cup full of quarters?
No.
No, you said he put your hand. Did he put his hands on both
He put
shoulders?
one hand on my back.
Uh-huh.
He stood to my right because I'm on the left hand stick. He puts his hand on my back and then puts his right hand on my arm and says, "I really like the way you're playing that game."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh," and he goes, "You know, you've got really nice hands." And I'm like, "Well, thanks, dude." And I'm like, I just left because I didn't know what to do with that because I wasn't interested, but I don't want to insult the guy because I'm glad that he's interested. I'm glad that he's found something he likes, but I don't reciprocate it, so I just want to go.
So
let me ask you this.
You were in an arcade. You were in an arcade.
No, this
and
is
then
in the
he
back
did
of a
that.
gas station.
I
I kissed a dude.
All right, wait, story time.
I thought that might get your attention. When I was in high school, I was in a program called Upper Bound, and it was my first time ever spending a lot of time around a couple of kids that were openly gay. And one of my friends, let's call him Mike, he was openly gay, and he was kind of into me. And I was dating a girl in Upper Bound, and I tried to convince him that I knew that I was straight, that I was not gay, and he really, really wanted me to be gay. And so one day he's like, "How do you know you're gay? How do you know you're straight if you've never made any fun with a guy?" And I'm like, "Because how do you know you're gay if you've never had sex with a girl?" He's like, "Well, that's true." I'm like, eventually, after 6 weeks of him just harping on me, he's like, "Let's just kiss me one time and I'll leave you alone." And I'm like,
Describe the kiss.
Yeah, why not? So I lean in.
Did you want Mike having to have a full beard?
We went lip to lip. Neither of us, we were like 16. We're 15, you know.
So there's no
And,
tongue involved.
We went lip to lip, and then he pulled a little bit of tongue, and I realized that where I pulled tongue on my girlfriend earlier that day, which felt wonderful, this felt really not pleasing to me. And I was like, "Okay, Mike, that's it. That's all I'm going to be able to do with you. I'm not interested in doing any more. This is definitely not my thing."
Come on, Francis.
I'll tell you what is fascinating to me is that is the day that I understood homosexuality more than I'd ever understood. When you say it's a choice, it's not a choice. I couldn't have had sex with Mike. There's a 0% chance I could have had sex with Mike. I could not have done it to save my fucking life.
You couldn't. You sure you didn't be like, "Hey, just give me a blowjob. Well, to the side after that."
No, I 100% could tell you I could not have done that. And I can absolutely guarantee you that Mike could not bang the girl I was banging in Upper Bound. Could not happen. Would not happen. Because he felt exactly the same way. And on that day, I understood that it's not a choice. It's a gut feeling, a gut reaction. That's the way you're built, and there's nothing more you can do about it. And that's why I'll fuck around, like with my friends or whatever. I'll make jokes about race sometimes. I'll make jokes about sexism sometimes, but they're only jokes.
I
will
have
not
a PKA
make.
co-host who does that.
Yeah, I will never make, and that's personal. I would never broadcast that shit, just personally, just so you know.
Did you guys hear that Keemstar rant to him on Twitter the other day?
No, what happened with?
It's like, to be honest, I don't know exactly what happened. I can't keep up necessarily, but it's their podcast. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but they had this. It was this sound clip of Keemstar just going off on Boogie so hard.
What was the gist of it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to pull it up. It's just Keem ripping into it. You continue. I'm going to pull it up because I gotta find it because it's actually
worth listening to.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Well, whenever people
Keem
say that,
does.
I'm always like, oh shit, I don't know if it's worth listening to.
No, if it's funny, we'll listen to it.
I didn't know they had beef.
Yeah, how
well,
could
they're
you
doing
have
a show
beef with
together, I
Boogie?
think.
What's he even doing?
Keemstar and Boogie have a show together?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, that'll end well.
Yeah, dude, it's what everyone was asking for. The Keemstar and Boogie2988 extravagant show of what are they going to talk about? Prostitutes?
It's Boogie Dark Side, not Dark Side Phil. It's three Wings. My God, I'm so fun. Wings is on it.
Boogie, Wings, and Dark Side Phil and
Boogie
Keemstar?
Wings and Tommy C. Boogie Wings, Tommy C.
Who's Tommy C?
Exactly.
Okay, my bad.
That's
not an insult coming from me.
I'm goofing around. It was he did I think he did a podcast with I know this because I had like a spit with him on Twitter leading up to the boxing, but he had I looked him up. He was on Keem's old podcast. Yeah.
The
Zach,
one he did with only
do you
using
see this?
Blade?
The Boogie tweet. It's a tweet from I'm just trying to find it, but shit, I hope you guys like it now. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Can you find it? Okay, cool.
Oh, Zach
says he knows, what you're talking about. He's looking for it. Zach, champion of the night. Cool guy.
Thank you, Zach. All right.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Suck his dick. Suck his dick.
She'll get pregnant. It's so fucking
Zach's
we don't know how it happens, but he's hot load.
Just keeps firing loads into women, knocking them up. He can't be stopped. Making his own baseball team over there.
It's so crazy to do drama as a YouTube job, being into the YouTube drama, because you're so into it and you're doing all these things. It's like, oh, what's the next Andrew Tate video going to be or whatever, and it's all about that. And then like 2 wars happen. And now it's like so weird to be like, yeah, and then this guy, he said this word on Twitter, so now everyone's gonna cancel him. Right. And it's like, yeah, get out of the way. We're trying to watch all this combat footage.
We got lots of drama. This 20-year-old YouTuber was caught sexting a 19-year-old girl. She's still a child.
Oh wait, actually, speaking of that, you guys, it's so funny. I feel like you guys don't ever get into the YouTube drama stuff at all, but for some reason, it's been the most disgusting guilty pleasure of mine since like 2015. But Dream, you guys know Dream?
Really popular.
He played for the Rockets.
Who does Minecraft, right?
Yeah, Taylor.
Minecraft YouTube.
Yeah, and he had he had some fight because someone said he was a pedophile or something, I believe.
Damn,
I don't want to say it because it's all like, you know, I don't know.
Well, then come up with a euphemism. Jesus.
Is he a diddler? Is he diddling?
You're like, you know, he's a pedophile.
Because I was trying to do.
Whoa,
I was trying to.
What immediately came to your mind? It's like a child raper.
Well,
he's a kitty fucker.
He allegedly sent a video of him moaning to an underage girl. Allegedly, that's what the whole thing was.
How old is he, and how old was she?
She was, I think, allegedly, if I remember correctly, she was 20. He was 23,
That was a
and she
doo-wop
was
song.
16 or something. But he recorded this guy. He recorded this dude in the car. Some dude who's the voice of Gumball. I don't know what that means at all. I'm in too deep in this shit, guys. You got to get me the fuck out of here. But this video here is he posted it, and it's just this guy some kid in the front seat like murking the Uber driver and murking Dream, just being like, "Yeah, you're a bitch. I'm fucking slap you up. Yeah, I slapped you up in front of the hose. I'll slap you up again." And it's really bizarre. And the Dream posted that. He was like, "Oh, look at this kid. He's not even a cool dude. Look how he's being." And people were like, "Yeah, but you sent videos of you moaning to women." And God damn it, Zach, do you have that Keemstar clip yet?
Dude, it's so hard to explain a story to someone when we have no idea who any of the characters are, and we're like, Dream.
yeah.
He was the guy. I remember seeing on Twitter when he did a face reveal, and that was
fuck you and your stupid fucking head, your fucking retarded fucking head. I talked to you before you went on. In my other group chat, people were like, "Oh, Boogie's calling into Rich." I fucking called you. We spoke. I said, "Don't give Rich the tea." Your exact words to me were, "Oh, I'm just going to go on there and tell him I'm busy," right? So you call him to Rich. You tell him I'm busy. He starts milking you. You start answering every fucking question because you're an attention fucking freak. And then you have a face-off with Muta on Rich's stream. The face-off between you and Muta should be on your podcast. That's monetized, that you make money on. Fuck you and your stupid fucking head. This is not a mistake. This is not an accident, you fucking retard. You did this on purpose. I talked to you before you went in. I fucking hate you. Fuck you. All the time and effort into this fucking show to help you guys out, and you can't do the simplest task. I fucking hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Retard.
Yeah, obviously.
Pause it for a second. Pause it. Pause it.
I was just going to go there to promote the show.
I just want to say something real fast. Why is he so mad?
Yeah,
like I always see he's always posting. I see his life, like he's got his young girlfriend, he's got his fucking his land, he's got a whole bunch of land, he's got this house, he's got this cool bar in his basement, he's got like Fousey Tube comes over and they ride ATVs and stuff. He's got this whole thing. Bro, okay, I don't know what it's about. The stupid fucking podcast. Why are you so mad? Like, he honestly sounded like he was in rage tears there. And it's like it doesn't even matter. I just know it doesn't even matter. And it's probably something that could bring him a bunch of extra money potentially. But you're good. When are you going to be good? Like, when are you just going to be like chilling? Because this is not a chill vibe. He's really mad here. And it's just so funny because the juxtaposition from his attitude of how fucking mad he is. And then Boogie is so Boogie. And
real quick, Boogie will be alpha in this.
Before
thing.
you play,
you can't talk to me like that, you fucking peewee. Yeah. That's what I'm expecting because he told us how he handled that guy at the gas station. So here's his chance to live up to it.
Is that so? Does Keemstar own their show or something? And he is mad they didn't get attention to it.
I believe I think he owns. He started a podcast and he gave them money up front that they'll pay back. Essentially, I'm not sure. I don't know. Allegedly, okay. I don't know what the.
This is a bit of an employer-employee quasi,
working for
Keemstar. But like maybe partnership. Who knows? It could be a partnership. Right. Well, ultimately, very unprofessional.
Partner A seems to have a lot of authority.
He does seem to be in full authority in this situation, but let's hear
the Boogie. It's very funny. Boogie's just
I didn't know Muta was going to come in there and pull his shit. I should have left when Muta showed up and said, "Save it for the show." But you're right. I respect your decision. Let me know if you need any of the passwords or anything like that. I'll be glad to hand them over. And let me know if you change your mind.
Let me say something. That response, that is an older, actually wise man's response to what the energy he got from Keem. If you really wanted to piss that person off, that's exactly what you do.
Yeah,
you've completely disarmed everything. You've been like, "I'm sorry." And now it's like now he's like, "What a fucking bitch, pussy," like whatever it is he's doing like that. If you really wanted to get under that person's skin, and this is just talking about the whole Boogie thing we were talking about before, this guy is calculated.
What is
this guy's a calculated person. Boogie's.
What are the words? I swear. Okay.
Maybe he's not making the right calculations, but he's a calculated person.
Okay, so Man,
But-
Boogie is. Every time I see what's going on with this guy, it's just weirder and weirder.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's. I think
it's a
we
career
found out-
resurgence, isn't it?
It might be. I don't know how his channel is doing with views because that big documentary wasn't on his channel. It blows my mind every time I see him, and I'm like, that guy's like 2 years younger than Woody. Like,
really?
Just wildly different paths in life. Like, just so different is the path. And
But
it's
his
like,
everyday carry's a gun.
yeah, his everyday carry is fucking sweet treats and caramel corn, all sorts of
cakes.
Zebra
I'm trying
cakes.
to
I bet
look
he's
at-
big on zebra cakes. And fast food. Based on his documentary, he got fast food 6 times in a 55-minute video. Like that's like it was a lot of fast food he's
What
eating.
kind of fast food was it? What was he eating? I didn't watch
Taco
him all of
Bell.
it.
Taco Bell. So he's
Oh.
buying fucking quesadillas from Taco Bell, spending $9.
When do you think that documentary came out? Does November 12th
a month
sound
ago?
right?
Oh yeah,
It wouldn't be 2
10
weeks
days.
ago.
10 days.
10
I feel like that's.
Oh no, like 3
soon.
weeks ago. Probably.
Should have like millions of views. If you, it's
Oh.
out.
I bet it's got over 1 million.
Because
probably.
I'm just looking at his social blade, and 10 days ago he lost 1 million subs. What happened? Maybe it's a YouTube thing.
He lost 1 million.
Keem tweeted
But-
that sound clip.
Am I right? No. I'm sorry. I'm just foolish. He lost 1 million video views, so he probably just took down a video or something.
Yeah, he took down a video.
Yeah.
Well, we wish him well here. And as always, friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
He really
you don't
is,
want
I
to be an
guess.
enemy of the show. This is how we're talking about a friend.
I mean, if you're an enemy of the show, we don't talk about you at all, right? Like just it's fucking like,
yeah,
your name is dust. But I don't know. The whole thing is bizarre to me. I like seeing Boogie in things and doing things. I like seeing him do wacky things. That the best part of that sound clip wasn't Keem screaming. It was Boogie being fucking weird. Yeah, I don't want to say that.
You didn't want to say beta? You were afraid that would be too far?
Yeah. Well, Kyle doesn't want to, appropriate the language of Andrew Tate and the Red Pill community because those guys are always on the ball. Super.
I don't know.
smart guys.
I guess it's more like Charlie than anything. Like, goddamn, he's fallen another level. That was a pouty grown man. He's a grown ass man. He's a grown ass man. How has he fallen so far? He was on the streets with a pistol shooting over people's heads a couple years ago.
Yeah.
You know,
Dude, imagine the path. Imagine the path
peak
that his life
of
takes.
manhood.
That was absolutely his peak of masculinity, is when he fired into that school zone brazenly.
I like
But
when he stared that guy down at the gas.
imagine the difference, like the fork his life could have taken if he would have straight up killed Frank Hassel on his lawn. Like if Frank Hassel was like, "Do it, shoot," and he shoots Frank Hassel in the head. What is he? he's probably in jail, but I bet he could have made a case. He's like, I was being harassed and I was defending. Yeah, he's like spinning it on his index finger, slipping it back into his giant sweatpants
Let that be a lesson.
pocket.
And he stands over the camera. Let that be a lesson to all of you.
Frank Hassel,
you up out here 6 feet high.
Dude, you can hear Frank
Dead
Hassel
bodies there
gurgling
with
on
his
his
little
fucking
GoPro on the
GoPro,
forehead.
and then it all ends when he walks over, when he barrels over, waddles, and then just boom down. Like, what do you
yeah,
think that
put a
his
bullet
channel
through
would be
the
more
camera.
popular now if he would have killed Frank Hassel in his front yard?
What if he'd become like, and he got off for it, and he became like an Avenger for online assholes? Like, he's the guy who shows up.
No,
in
no,
your
not
town
an
and is like,
Avenger. He becomes Batman, right? With the mask and the cape and the that's it.
Yeah. All his outfit is a CPAP machine and, and a bunch of like insulin shots, a bandolier of insulin needles. Yeah, that's what he because that guy's
he's got a
he's
no
definitely
warning
got,
shots patch.
yeah, he's definitely got
that's
the beatus.
That's alpha Boogie, but we're never getting back to that. I was so freaked out that time he started bleeding on the show.
Oh, his teeth.
Woody told him.
What happened?
That was
He got
after
it.
his like dental work, so at least it made sense. He's like, I just got a bunch of. They took a band of Mexicans, put a bunch of fence posts in my mouth earlier today, and then he was just like bleeding down the cracks of his teeth a lot.
I stand alone on this teeth thing. I thought they looked pretty good. Now I'll admit they don't look they're
natural,
not Hollywood
human,
right? Like that, I don't mean to say that they're great, but he had 17 or 18 teeth before he had them done. And to me, the upgrade was dramatic. He was just a much better looking person. And you guys keep seeing what he didn't do, which I guess is fair. But I'm looking at what he did do, and the improvement was significant.
The guy painted his house, and it looks like shit. Yeah, it's better than raw wood. It's not rotting anymore, and the wildlife has left. But still, it's a bad coat of paint. I'm going to judge it every time I drive by. He's bleeding from the mouth.
Yeah, it's a look. It's such a look that's
last time I saw him was.
The whole veneer look is a look that's in itself something that's easily recognizable now because it's so common. I remember I watched the Boba Fett show, and my first thing that bothered me about it is Boba Fett, the actor, just has these veneers that are very clearly veneers.
And he's fat and old.
And it's that super white teeth, and it just it bothered me. It's a look. It's a look. It's a very specific look.
I see it in. I want to say both of the presidential candidates have veneers. Does that sound right to you?
Oh, tons of politicians. Like
so
many, like ex-professional athletes after they've retired. Pretty much all of them have veneers. Maybe I'm biased because I'm an NHL
You
fan.
come from the hockey world. Yeah, everyone who plays sports, they start buying their permanent teeth afterwards.
Yeah, athletes, they get down to like 6 teeth in their career, and then they buy new ones. How all athletes
There's tennis players who don't understand what you're saying at all.
Yeah, you'd have to be horrible at tennis to lose a tooth. Like, you don't make it to the pros losing teeth.
I know a guy
an
who
asshole.
lost a tooth.
Really? Just like that could be a bad
hit
doubles
his own
partner.
tooth with the racket.
Oh, that guy does suck. Like that's an embarrassing way to lose tooth. You got to lie. I got into hockey.
Boogie bought one, so
Boogie didn't just buy one. Boogie bought the Big Daddy one. He bought the $90,000 Tesla.
he bought the $90,000.
Or is that the S?
Yeah.
Do you want
He
to
got
watch
the-
it? This video?
Sure. Yeah, I understand he's been getting some flack. Even the title of this video is Boogie buys a $100,000 Tesla and then begs for money.
$100,000. That's crazy.
There's going to be some selective editing on this, but let's see it. Are you guys ready?
Oh, is this not from Boogie's channel?
No.
Well, it is from Boogie's channel, but the video we're watching isn't on Boogie's channel. if that
It's from
makes
his
sense.
stream, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ready, set, play.
Oh, are you trying to manipulate people into giving you money?
The answer is yes. Give me some money. But I get on renewable energy. But the real reason I wanted to buy the car, he's like, once it's self-driving, you will be able to use it to make money, Boogie. Use it to make money, Boogie. And you'll be the I'm like, God damn it. All right, sell me the fucking thing. I'm going to buy the fucking thing. I gave him my deposit. I got my fucking car. They're building it. Then I get to my hotel room and I'm sitting there saying, oh my God, I just put myself $100,000 in debt.
Yeah, you did.
My car payment's $1,700 a month. That's more money than I make on Twitch. Oh God, that's more money than I make through. That's like half my YouTube revenue this month. Oh God. What am I going to do? Why did I do this? Why did I put myself in $100,000 into debt? I'm already in debt for the car. Why did I put myself into debt? So then it really started to hit me. I really started to panic. I really started to get scared. So I tweeted out that I was not going to be able to afford this car.
Reddit and Twitter lost their fucking minds. Oh, are you trying to manipulate people into giving you money?
The answer is yes.
Reddit gives him such a
Give
hard
me
time.
some money. And I didn't realize, but the problem is I was there with Jesse. Jesse was buying the car anyway. And Jesse's like, Boogie, treat yourself. I'm like, you're
Jesse's
right,
a good
treat
friend.
myself. He's like, Boogie, treat yourself. I'm
Treat
like, all right,
yourself, you
treat
deserve
myself.
it.
He's like, Boogie, treat yourself.
Treat
I'm like,
yourself.
all right. Thought you're going to play Mario Maker 2. Yeah, we're about to start in just a couple of minutes. I like to wait till people get in. So Jesse's like, treat yourself. So I'm like, treat myself. So yes, if you guys want to help me pay for my Tesla, please go ahead and dig deep. I sure would like a free fucking Tesla. Reach down in your pockets and give me $100,000 tonight. Said, people are like, why are you complaining about money on the internet? Because I just spent $100,000. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire. But if I was a millionaire, spending a tenth of my income, a tenth of my value is fucking insane. Now, here's the good news. I'm going to make a bunch of Tesla videos.
The very first Tesla video. Here's something that a lot of people don't tell you. Tesla spends a lot of money on YouTube. So the reality of it is once I start making Tesla videos, I'm going to make some of that money back, and that's a good thing. I got a video where I purchased the Tesla, then there's going to be the video when the Tesla shows up. Then I'm going to go on a road trip with the Tesla, and I'm going to show you lots of cool Tesla shit, okay? But anyway, a lot of people
I don't feel
are
like
jealous about
he's
the car.
viewer
Don't be jealous,
focused on these
you
video
guys can
ideas.
afford, if you guys want
He's gonna write that Tesla off.
The Model 3 is $33,000. You can get a Model 3 tomorrow if you can afford a $33,000 car.
I like that part. There's a part at the end where he's like, "Hey, don't think you can ever be like me and put yourself another $100,000 in the hole. You could just do 30,000 in the hole if you're a peon. If you're just one of
Oh yeah, everybody has. This is the reason I bought a reasonably priced Honda because that when he said his monthly car payment, that is so fucking funny.
$1,700.
$1,700 a month.
Oh my god!
To
You
drive
you
a
could get stem
Tesla?
cells for that.
Oh, but think of how much money I'll save on gas. No, like
Yeah,
that's
there's an
ridiculous.
8-minute version of this video too, but it seemed like a lot for us to watch. And
Is my video frozen?
No, you're
good. Okay, good.
And he comes to terms. He's like, it costs $8 to fill the tank instead of $30, but it's a $100,000 car, so it doesn't pay for itself. That would be crazy.
Yeah. No. So what he's talking about is, so this is really, really cool. So Elon was talking about this here. I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't know what. Anyways, it's relevant. Yeah. So he's positioning Tesla to compete with Uber and Lyft. And that whenever you take your car to work or school or whatever, you log the Tesla app on and say, "Hey, I'm not using it right now," and it goes on, whatever they call the autopilot mode, and it drives around picking people up like a Lyft or an Uber and takes them to wherever they go, and then it comes back. And whenever you want to punch out, and it makes you money as an Uber or Lyft.
This is a fantasy land.
I have a problem with that. First of all, I don't think it's a technological fantasy. I think you can absolutely do it. Like the pieces are already there. You just got to put them together. But what I think is outrageous is that anyone. All right, so you're in this position where you have a $90,000 car, and yet you need extra income. So let's assume that you're that person, okay? And Boogie, I suppose, is. That means this car is very valuable to you. This is the most expensive item you own, second only to your home. And yet you are going to let it go off literally on its own and allow anyone with $20 to hop in the back of the second most expensive thing you own. And you're going to end up with Ross Naughty in there, and all of a sudden Kato's going to get caught slipping in the back seat. That was a good callback.
Yeah,
and get
nicely
fucking
done,
mustard faced, and then you're gonna go out in the parking lot, straighten your tie up. What's up? It's my Tesla, and you're gonna look, and it's gonna be you got caught slipping. Now your Tesla is a giant hot dog machine on the inside that exploded. Because Ross Naughty was in there today. And what are you going to do? Hunt him down and make him pay for it? That guy doesn't have an address.
There are people who would use that car as like the next Uber who I wouldn't lend a winter coat to.
Exactly. I'm going to have a fucking soup kitchen in the back of your fucking $90,000 Tesla, and I'm not going to pay a dime. But I mean, you could even pretend that it's your Tesla for like a $20 ride share, right? Just sit in the front and go pick up girls. Like that's hilarious. What if somebody did that? What if they pay him through the Tesla app to like rent his car, and then they use it as an Uber?
Elon talked about removing the steering wheels, like how quick they can modify the car.
Did you get the Tesla? I followed that. I don't know the conclusion of it.
When I was with the McJuggernuggets has way more.
But you're cutting out. Can you start over?
Oh yeah. So when I was with McJuggernuggets, we did that test drive. I was all about it, but of course I'm standing next to Jesse, and Jesse has far more money than I ever will.
Mm-hmm.
He does very well for himself. He got way more views than I ever did. And so with him and all his side projects, everything else going on, he can afford to spend $100,000 on a Tesla. I probably shouldn't, because I need that to live off of for the rest of my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a crazy idea. But at first I was in that fever, that furor, and he's like, you should do it for yourself, and you could work it off, and I know you'll be successful, and it'll be a goal for yourself. And so like I really came home with the intention of getting it. But during that cool off period between when they when I paid my down payment in the building and shipping.
It'll be a goal for yourself to maintain your car payment.
Right, I'm like,
that's how you set up yourself for success.
I probably don't need a $2,000 a month car payment. That sounds like a bad decision right now.
That's more than my mortgage.
Right. And so I'm like, yeah, it's more than my mortgage. So I'm like, man, that's probably a bad idea for a car that depreciates instantly. I mean, Teslas hold their value a lot easier than most cars, but you still walk it off the lot and lose 20%. You know, a used Tesla is still a used car. And so like, I don't know. So I ended up backing off of it. And by the time I decided to back off of it anyway, I'm on the front page of Reddit with the claim that I'm like expecting my fans to pay for it. And I get how, looking back at it, I get how I said that, because at first I'm like, I can easily afford this Tesla. And then the next day I'm like, no, I really can't. I had the savings, but spending those savings was a bad idea.
You said something sabotagey, like, you know, people are saying that I'm asking you to buy my Tesla. Yes, I am. I'm sure.
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I want a free Tesla? And again, in my mind,
is that what you said? Is that the quote?
Yeah, I'm like, why wouldn't I want you to pay for my Tesla? Please pay for my Tesla. Reach deep and give me the money. And like in my mind, this sounds perfectly sarcastic. No one's stupid enough to fall for this. But then I forget that the world is not. It's not that they're stupid. It's just they don't have the context. They're
You've
just
got a
they're
very different group of viewers and listeners than we have here. Like,
what's really, I'll tell you what's really interesting.
Care.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And my core audience doesn't. The 300 people that watch every stream I do, they don't give a shit. They know this. They've seen me do this a million times. They get that it's hyperbole. They email me on Instagram. They message me and they're like, dude, I get that. I get what you're saying. And don't let these people get you down or whatever. But then Reddit sees me for the first time. And all they see is, listen to this guy begging for a Tesla. Of course they fucking hate me. Of course they do. Right?
Okay.
Then you find the mega thread, and then you see like every dumb thing I've ever done since 1996. I think it goes back to 96, maybe it's 2004. Everything they could find since 2004 that I've ever done that was even remotely wrong. Yeah, of course you're gonna fucking hate that.
You didn't flush a public toilet at an Arby's in 2000.
I think one of the things they're upset about is I said something misogynistic on a porn blog back in 2004. I think one of the things they're upset about is one of the guys that had writing for one of my porn blogs. He made I don't remember the misogynistic thing. When 9/11 happened, something really interesting happened in the porn industry. People stopped buying porn for about 6 months. Like right, like so that was the boner killer.
Plummeted in popularity.
Right.
Not me.
Like, straight up, that was the boner killer from Doom.
6
Nobody
days
was
tops.
making signups. Businesses started going under, and so one of the guys who's writing for my porn blog wrote an article about, hey, the money's drying up. If you thought about purchasing something, keep the industry alive, keep this blog alive. The industry's drying up because 9/11 happened and people aren't feeling real horny. Make America great again. Buy a porn subscription, something like that.
That's even more unbelievable than a Nigerian prince thing. People aren't masturbating anymore. Shut up, bitch.
Right.
Please,
They
I
just
got off between the towers.
They just weren't. They were jerking off. They just
Really,
weren't paying to jerk off, right? But anyway, so like they're like, oh my god, here's where you not to sell
I can't
porn
come with what's
or
happening.
whatever.
Sorry, Boogie. I'm having a blast with this.
But see, you guys get the irony in it. You guys get the humor in it. But these are like pearl clutching conservatives, which is weird to me. But
I don't think they're pearl
want to be
clutching.
offended.
I
They want to
think
be mad.
They love to hate.
find things offensive,
Yeah, that's
right?
what it. That I can't see it through a different lens. They're watching you looking for stuff. I mean, it happens to Wings, right? I watch the Wings videos that fuss at him now. It's every time he dies. You could do that to me in Tarkov. I jump. I get mad. It could be AI that killed me, but I'm still mad at it. You know, like an asshole computer, got the best of me.
It is, but I kind of wish I could go in Econ. I do not want to talk to 18-year-old girls, but I do kind of wish I had it in me to just pour kombucha on myself and scream and rant and yell and get mad at them and make a bunch of hate money doing it. It's just not in me. I'm trying to embrace that with this narrative I'm telling. I'm even shaved myself to look almost identical to a fat version of Darkside Phil, including dyeing my fucking
who's already a fat man.
right.
I don't know. I don't think Onision is the way you should go. But what the hell do I know? I think the way you should go is just sit up tall, get yourself on Twitch if you want to be on Twitch, be you, and try not to give a fuck.
I will tell you that's exactly the plan. I was talking to my friend about this the other day, and I told him, I'm like, look, I know that I can go that route, and I know there's a lot of money to be made in that route, but it's going to hurt the fans I have left, and I don't want to hurt those people. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing I've done for 14 years, which is do low quality videos and showing my personal life, tell dramatic stories, tell funny stories, make people cringe on TikTok, make people, we've got to talk about TikTok today too, by the way. That's a drama thing I really want to get into, but I also want to talk about how great TikTok is. Which is not a statement you're going to hear very often. So on the YouTube community, but and then like make people cringe with the Francis videos and let people hate watch to the best of my ability, but make sure they're hating the right things. Hate the Francis characters, hate the cringe content, hate that stuff. Hopefully you don't hate me for made up bullshit. Hopefully you don't hate me for like rumors and things that aren't true, but whatever. Hate me if you want, like me you want. I'm just going to be irrevocably, irrefutably myself as best I can. And was what I've done for 14 years.
And when you make your hot takes, don't back off of them. When someone goes, hey, this is a little, whatever the hell, anti-left, anti-right.
Right.
Two magic words I use. Just say, shut up, retard.
Well, I'm definitely not going to, I'm definitely going to not triple down on someone is worse than a Nazi. Like, that's not a thing I'm going to fucking double down on.
That's a mistake. Triple down on it.
Anytime you get called on something, you got to agree and amplify. It's the only way to make things go away.
Hop in the Tesla, open the sunroof, stand up, say worse than Nazis.
So I wrecked my car. So I drove out to Gatlinburg and I got into a wreck, and that was a whole thing. Like people are like, you were on your phone. Yes, I was like 8 hours before I wrecked, but you were on your phone when you wrecked, but I wasn't. Well, you were on your phone 8 hours earlier. That caused the wreck. No, how could it? It was 8 hours earlier. It was in a different state.
What did happen?
I was driving to Gatlinburg. I was driving to Bristol originally to see my sister, and on my way through Arkansas on a dead, empty highway road that I've driven a million times, I grabbed my phone and I'm like, hey, this is the first road trip this long I've ever taken since I got the surgery, and I think it's really cool. And then I fucking set down the phone. When I stopped to get gas, I uploaded that shit, and then I finished my trip, you know? And then in Tennessee, there was a pile up ahead of us. Happened a couple minutes before I got there, I guess. And then I ended up having to emergency stop, and I did an emergency stop in time. I hit the vehicle in front of me, but just before I did, I tried to put my car in a ditch. So my left front tire touched the right back tire, and then I went into the ditch. Totaled my car. I don't know if it totaled theirs. And like I hurt my back. I wrecked my hand. You can still see the scar on it, I think, pretty well in video. And huge blister on it. Crushed my left foot a little bit. And then, went to the hospital. Turned out I was okay. The family went to a hotel. The family that I hit, there were 3 kids in the back seat. So thank God I wasn't on my phone. Thank God I didn't plow into the back of that car. It could have been a triple kill, right? Yeah, no.
Yeah, could have had.
And fortunately, I didn't hurt anybody. And like, I
pregnant.
I originally wasn't going to talk about it, but then I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to travel after this. I don't know if I'm going to handle being in a car. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. So I should talk about this. So I made the decision and put it all on social media. But it's not like I grabbed my phone and started recording shit. And like what caused the pile up ahead of us, or the stoppage, I should say. I don't know how many cars got hit up there, but the state trooper told me there was a dude in a semi who had a stroke, and like he blocked the road or he hit something. I don't know. I didn't see it. It was ahead of me. And so that's how I framed it when I talked about it. Semi in front of me had a stroke, caused us all to hit an emergency stop. I hit a car during the emergency stop because I was too close. My fault. Oops, fuck, that's what happened. The internet detectives started going fucking nuts. They're like pulling documents. They're trying to find state trooper statements. They're trying to find police reports. They're trying to find insurance information. I guess they never did find any proof that this guy had a stroke, but maybe he didn't. That's just what the fucking state trooper told me. I don't know. I wasn't in the truck. I was in my car, right? But that's what I was told. So that's what I repeated. I never think about how people are going to take these things before I speak. I just tell the truth. And then like people take it apart. So then people did. But anyway, long story short, I ended up realizing how lucky it was that I didn't hurt anybody else or hurt myself.
How is it that you hit the car in front of you? Were you just like in the zone, highway driving, or? That
was a big part of it. And so I've learned something since then. Back when I was learning to drive, 30 years ago, we were supposed to try to stay 2 to 3 car lengths away from the car in front of us. That's not what you're supposed to do anymore. You're supposed to stay 3 seconds behind the car in front of you. So if they pass a street sign, you count 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, and that's going to give you enough time to stop. 2 to 3 car lengths does not take into account that we were all doing 75, 80 miles an hour. right?
People are going to be getting in way more accidents if they're counting fucking Mississippi's past every single arbitrary thing.
I'm just saying that's what I've learned since then. I was too close because I was 2 to 3 car lengths behind, but that didn't count for the speed we were doing, and I plowed right into him.
A car length for every 10, 15 miles an hour is about right, according to me.
Yeah, that sounds better. But I think the 3-second rule is going to be the one that I'm using. I still haven't bought a car. The reason I brought this up is because I still haven't bought a car. So I keep looking at that Cybertruck going, maybe. Maybe.
That would really devastate the back of a car with 3 children in it.
I will probably end up buying like some cheap fucking $6,000 to $8,000 used car, as I tend to do. But you know.
Kyle?
That's the smart move. You all know Boogie.
Yes.
Boogie2988.
Friend of the show.
Friend of us all. Friend of us all. So I don't keep up with him at all. But I had people kind of loop me in on Twitter, sending me messages like, you should watch this video he made. So I guess a year and 4 months ago, he made a video called I Am Finally Rich, How Crypto Made Me Rich.
Oh, no.
And in the video, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw some clips of him saying like, I'm to the point now that I could quit YouTube, I could quit streaming, I could quit everything, and I could still live life at the same quality I have now. I could retire, and it's great. I'm glad to finally be there. He just made another video just a couple days ago, less than a year and a half after this, called I Need Your Help.
And
he is talking about how his crypto investments went sideways, downward, and now he said he's lost most of the money he put into crypto, and it was like it was a very e-beggy video. Like, yeah, that was the old video. I'm finally rich, and then
show me the new thumbnail.
Yes, show the new one for help me. And dude, he's getting lambasted by his subscribers, people watching it. Like, you know how usually even if there's a big bad response or something, the top comment will be something like someone who really likes that YouTuber. It's like, oh, I'll support you. Like, I'm sorry you're going. I'm with you, big guy. No, all the top comments are like, sorry you have to work, man. We all do. As a longtime fan, I must say, nah, fam. Once in a life, you.
Oh no!
Oh, that's rough.
And he was like, at the time, he's going like, and so if you could just give me like $5 a month or $10 a month for this or this thing on this platform or this thing on this, and it's like, and none of it was like the normal way it would be done, where like he wasn't like, hey, I'm starting this and this amount of money, I'm going to do this series where I go to a different fucking restaurant, whatever it is. It was just like no discussion of new content, just like, I need money. I need money. Money me.
We don't
money,
even ask that much money.
Oh, no.
We're like, hey, could you give $1 a month to our Patreon to get access to all of our exclusive content? Like,
yeah. This people are like, this is so interesting. Watching someone who hasn't had to work in over a decade finally have to go back to work. Here's a tip.
That is interesting content, actually. Dude, I was thinking to myself, like, I'll never be as rich as Jeff Bezos because he just kept doubling down. He worked long after he didn't need to. And I thought, like, I'll never make 20 million on crypto because the second I make 3, I cash the fuck out, put my feet on the coffee table and say, I won.
Yeah.
You know, like I just can't see myself making 20 million unless it happens faster than I looked at it.
Like, I don't understand. Boogie has been alienating his audience for years, and I think this is like one of those like death of a YouTuber things. Like over twice as many dislikes as likes. His views are already bad. All of the comments. I was looking for a supportive comment just now while you were talking, trying to scroll through. I can't find any of them. All of them are like, I'm sorry, you're the nicest ones out there are, I'm sorry to say this, Boogie, but you aren't the only one struggling. Get out there and get a job and earn your money. Like that's the nicest one I can find.
I'm not sure this is death of a YouTuber. I'll go real quick, Kyle. I think this is interesting content. I think that, like, dude, I want to see a guy struggle. Boogie could get a job at McDonald's and tell me every day how it went, and I'll be like, all right, I'm here for it. How did shift go? Is the ice cream fucking machine broken again? Tell me more. I want to hear it.
Tell them it is.
we just got a new fry shipment this morning. Where are the potatoes?
So I'm looking at it. It's like what, 1.6 million views?
Hey, where'd all the apple pies go?
I don't know how long his videos are. There
were 12 pies here.
I don't know. He's gaining subs. I can see that he was losing subs in 2020.
Is he gaining though?
No, his best ones are on
Is
zero.
that how many gains? Yeah, that looks like zero is
oftentimes. But the thing is, he's making.
Well,
10
none of that
now.
matters. Things have been going poorly for him lately, but now it's time to fight for your money. Now it's time for Wings of Redemption versus Boogie.
Really quick, Woody, I did want to
loser deletes their YouTube.
I did want to apologize for getting heated during the Alex Jones thing a little bit. Like,
oh, that's not heated. That's cool.
That's content, my friend.
Kyle and Taylor get more heated over
I
candy.
did not know about the depositions that he didn't show up for. I was not aware of that, so I just do want to apologize and own up to that.
This is orange shirt Woody.
Yeah,
Orange shirt Woody is a kind guy. He's not going to go in on you. Just looking at this,
what color shirt would he?
Blue is the problem shirt.
Yeah.
Boogie's say some hurtful shit.
Boogie's subscriber yearly estimate is down 120,000.
Yeah, but his weight is up way more than that. So
I don't know that. You know what? I tend to be too positive. There's blue shirt Woody. I think I like my hair. I need to start going straight back on that. Anyway, I like him with the struggle. I like him as his new motivation. I'm here for it. Maybe I'm too positive on it, but dude, you can be hated and successful. There's a couple guys who use that model.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. But you really got to lean into it, right? You got to know to lean into it. You can't just you can't try to be liked, be hated, and just keep grinding your way forward like through on the broken glass. You got to be like, yeah, I'm a bad boy now, and you got to like stay just all the time, being kind of like throwing salt in the wound of them and like stirring controversy up. But that's not what he does, man.
If I lost 10,000 subscribers in a month, I would probably just quit.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's got 4 million or so.
Okay, yeah, I'm sitting at 67, so I'm a little different, but
I think Woody, you've actually got a point there. People will hate watch this kind of
Wings of Redemption from the UFC. There are plenty of guys in the UFC who play the heel or WWE, and there's a place for them. There'll be an actual ramification from all this.
Legal, you mean? You think it's a class action lawsuit assembled by his coin investors who felt like they invested in the coin for
doubt that this?
Then no.
I think Taylor thinks his career is over. I think Boogie is in an all publicity is good publicity situation.
Yeah, he really needs to just wrap his arms around this thing and own it. If I were him, and I'm telling you, I'd get one of them green screen. He's got a green screen. Fucking set up a whole hospital room, be in the gown. I want have the beep, 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 beep. Hire, even if it's just your girlfriend and everybody knows that's your girlfriend, dress her up as a nurse, have her come in and like have her listen to your enormous heart and go, ooh, yeah, the cancer's real bad today. And then just walk away. Like just lean right on into it. Lean right on into it.
You know what? That would win me back.
Because what he did isn't evil. I mean, we just had like somebody go after a 17-year-old child. Just think about it. Like in comparison, we just had the doc go after a 17-year-old child, and obviously the doc was beloved by millions of people.
Know that kid was 17. We just know at least under 18.
I know. Yeah, I know. News, Doc did disrespect his old hat.
Well, I'm just saying, like I don't think you should go so hard on Boogie. Like I feel like maybe people might be apt to go harder on Boogie than they were on Doc, and it's like I don't know about this. I feel like one of these guys did something worse. But I don't. It's awful what he did. Especially like I said, if you like dupe your friends and manipulate them into whatever, some sort of financial favor sort of thing. If you got like a friend business ship type thing going on, that's icky to me. That's a kind of dishonesty that is sort of inexcusable. It's like
maybe I haven't thought it through, but to me, Boogie is the center of attention right now. He's relevant in a way that more relevant than he's been for 10 years now. And I think he should come up with the scam coin. Has scam coin
another coin?
I guess
literally name it scam coin. Lean into it.
I was thinking he's going to be like totally done.
Anybody will buy it
because he was like his whole marketing, his whole brand was like Mr. Wholesome, just having a good time. But I guess that hasn't been the case for.
Aren't you 12 years behind with that thought?
Yeah, at least a few years. So like, it's not like those people are supporting him anymore anyway. So as long as he stays on, I guess that maybe that podcast does pretty well with him and Wings. Like maybe that could be a thing. People are going to hate watch it. They're going to hate watch him and leave comments. I bet his YouTube channel is seeing an uptick in views right now. Just people going over there to say mean things.
Yeah.
Let's see what people are saying.
Let's go to Boogie's most recent video.
Let's go to his most recent video. It's got 2 days ago. Francis trolls fan at Southeast Game Exchange.
Wow. So Boogie's really defeated the weight loss surgery.
He won?
Dude, flawless victory.
What a bullshit story. I mean, what a bullshit surgery. I feel like those things are sold as like a fix-all, like a nuclear option.
Yeah, that's why they get people on it, because they're like, man, I can't control my eating. Maybe this magic surgery will make it work. And then the doctors even are probably like, this isn't a magic fix. It's going to help you with your appetite a bit. Actually, it probably won't even help you with if you're eating that much, you're not eating because your appetite's so big. You're compulsively eating because that's your drug.
It'll make you feel bad if you behave badly for a while.
For a while, it was making Wings like nauseous to eat more than a certain amount. But I just remember like he'd get them liquid calories, and it's like, what are you doing? Gotta have that.
You guys aren't gonna believe this. A lot of people bringing up the cancer stuff in the comments.
Oh darn!
Boogie will show his girlfriend practically naked, but showing proof that he has cancer is privacy invasion.
That girl looks scared, by the way. We all agree, right?
Oh, I didn't see her in the.
Well, hey, I'm the last one. I only did.
I don't see her in this video. I'm scrubbing through.
Would it be like I feel like I want to be Boogie's only friend in this situation. If I left a comment that said keep your chins up.
I like that. That's fun.
Damn.
Keep your chins up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Text him right now.
Because he's so fat.
Yeah. Don't do that. Like
yeah, he's gained weight and he has cancer. So give him a break. Man, that would be awesome if he was like, test results. That'll be $80,000, please. And then like Destiny and all these people have to pay him. That'd be funny. I guess if Destiny only offered 5, that one guy Mudahar with 50, he'd be the only one on the hook for a ridiculous. I guess they're also successful and wealthy. They wouldn't really miss that amount of money. But man, I don't see this as being a grand chess strategy from Boogie. He actually has cancer. If he does, it's circumstantial.
I see it as a career resurgence. I love Kyle. Kyle's has so many good ideas. I'm like, what if I did a cancer stream, right? I got a green screen. I could take like a microphone cord, tape it to my whatever the opposite of your elbow is called. Where does the IV go? And I don't know, saline bag of some sort with a microphone cord leading to me. It'd be hilarious.
You have to shave your head. Like you'd have to commit and be bald for it, or at least get a bald cap.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Yeah. We all showed up next week with bald caps, begged for money for having cancer. We all have rapid onset cancer. Boogie gave it to us.
Like,
Kyle, can you say that again? Your audio is not working quite right.
Is it now?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah, sorry, I had to reset my microphone. I was going to say, if you fully commit, it's about $200 to have a nurse come to your house and give you an IV bag of like some sort of vitamin saline. Not only does it feel fantastic, you get like super hydrated and just feel better, but it'd be a great bit.
Yeah, but the thing about the microphone cord is I don't want to actually fool anybody. Like I don't want to actually convince them.
No one would get fooled.
I'm no Boogie. I wouldn't want to mislead you.
No,
you don't have the go-getter stick-to-itiveness of Boogie.
Yeah.
Damn.
What's his?
Take an HDMI cable and put it on my. That'd be funny.
This is a really bad like-dislike ratio.
Oh, wait. How can you tell?
Because
you have a plug-in
the extender.
Oh yeah. So shout out to Boogie, friend of the show. Wish
get well soon, bro.
Well soon. You're in our thoughts. You're in our prayers to recover from this dastardly, the big C, as they call it, crime.
We were racing to it. Well done.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think. Who knows? Maybe Woody's right, and he's going to come back as the big bad wolf of YouTube, the ultimate arc.
Yeah, that's the way to go. He's already there, right? Like, I feel like he's been the bad guy of YouTube for a good 5 years now.
He should become a try-on girl. I want to see him. I want to see him do some try-on videos. He'll get my view.
I don't want to see that.
Kyle has this particular kind of genius.
You can call it that. I do.
I have a particular set of skills. Put the fat man in a lingerie dress and have him dancing around.
I would give anything to see Boogie dressed up in one of those mesh bodysuits. It would look like he was caught in a fishing net. Look like a porpoise, but needed to be cut out. About them getting cancer, quote unquote. Who's to say they're not also faking these cancer concerns like Boogie
over there?
Bunch of boogies over there that don't like the depleted uranium rounds.
We have a breadbasket of Europe here in Ukraine. You are irradiating soil. Get over it.
Maybe I like bad guys sometimes, but I can't get over him faking cancer for 2 years.
Yeah, I don't hate him for it. I just think it's wild. You know,
the biggest clue is that he didn't lose weight.
Yeah, right. He got a little puffy. Maybe it's from the chemo.
You know what they say? Starve a cold, feed cancer.
No, I have to take my medicine with an entire cake. That's what the top every day. I have to take medicine 4 times a day.
Dude,
So
we haven't had him.
Those are Ike and Mike's. Those aren't pills. That IV's full of Kool-Aid, you son of a bitch.
He's got an IV.
Yeah, that is wild. He faked cancer for 2 full years. I mean, man, that's
you know what I would love to have the top 10. Like if he came back, I would have the top 10 things I got from faking cancer. The first thing, parking whenever I want. This handicap placard, completely fake. All right, like everywhere. I wish you'd go through the top 10 benefits of faking cancer and why it's really chill.
That I'd throw that video a like. I'd help out his ratio. I'd be like,
in contract negotiations, I just hold my chest and make a pained face, and then it just goes my way.
Yeah.
Everyone,
but given my build, I have to clarify this is cancer. Like that's what this is happening right now. My chest can't. My vague chest cancer. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he actually has it though.
So yeah, this young, skinny, hot girlfriend of mine, she thinks she has an inheritance coming her way.
Yeah, what's her? I wonder what her deal is. You know, like, look, not give. You know, if that's what she's into. But my only concern is that one photo. She looked scared, and sleep deprived.
Which photo?
The photo of them together that Zach showed earlier.
Oh, I guess I guess I wasn't looking at her.
Yeah, roll that back up, Zach. Why not? I mean, I just felt like she looked.
It is an odd relationship to view. It's like what's going on here?
She looked a little sleepy, and she looked like a little out of sorts. And you know, it's an interesting statistic that there are almost no homeless women.
Boogie's looking his best in this shot.
Yeah, is this AI? What the fuck's happening here?
What is his hair actively falling out of his face? Like, look at his shirt.
Could just have a lot of cats.
A lot of cats, huh?
There's something AI about this almost.
I feel like
the skin texture. I don't know what, but it's mostly like the Boogie's hair I'm looking at.
Okay, I don't like this.
I don't like it either. Let's never. Don't ever, Zach. Don't you ever?
I don't know. I don't know if you that.
How dare you, Zach?
Why would you do that?
He's gonna put it right back.
Don't bring it up.
That's a thumbnail. That's a thumbnail.
Putting Boogie on there. Well, I mean, it's big news, and
I said I was a Cancer. My horoscope. You guys just took that ball and ran with it. And I was afraid of backlash.
What if he gets $80,000 for proving his horoscope is Cancer?
That would be funny. It's like, oh, this motherfucker, he's a fucking Pisces. He lied about this too.
Zach, will you find out what his sign is? Because that I'm sure it's available information on Wiki, like what his birthday
If it is Cancer,
Taylor
that's
and I
a
are Tauruses.
We are we both Tauruses?
We're both Tauruses.
She was 3 years old when he started YouTube.
Ooh, don't like that one.
Don't like that.
Well, hang on. How long? When did he start? Was it
2006?
Was it 1992 when he started?
No, 2006.
Oh shit! Because if it'd been 92, this wouldn't be awful, would it?
It wouldn't be nearly as ghoulish.
It'd be about right.
How long have they been dating?
Hopefully, briefly.
Plenty of time. We don't need to look into the Boogie's relationship here, which is clearly about love and not a
sure
fraudulent nonsense like his Cancer.
I'm sure his girlfriend is a very sweet lady. No insults, nothing negative.
No
towards
shade her way.
None at all.
No shade her way. Maybe I wonder if she knew that he didn't have cancer. You know what I mean? Like I bet he lied to her too. You'd want to keep everybody in the dark, I guess. You're running that big of a.
I imagine she'd be pretty pissed. Anyone in a relationship would be livid if you found out after 2 years they're like, that cancer thing.
Could you make me a sandwich? My cancer's flaring up real bad.
Oh, they said you have to suck my cancer out through my dick.
She was 20 when they announced that they were together. Okay.
So basically he's just kind of a fat Leo.
Ooh, yeah, he's a Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, a Leonardo DiGiorno.
He's literally that meme of the handsome guy leaning into the cubicle versus the chubsy guy leaning into the cubicle, and the completely different reaction. You know, it's
Leonardo DiCaprio does it. Everyone's like, Leo, keep on keeping on, champ. Enjoy the yacht. Boogie does it. HR, please.
I wish he hadn't faked cancer. That's so lame, man.
That is really, really lame.
Because it's hard for me to like wrap my head around faking cancer, I guess. You know, because it seems like a shitty thing to do. If anything, like my brain would like talk me to a place where I was like, wait a minute. If there is some sort of charity or goodwill out there for someone who has cancer, how dare I take it when it's not mine to take? Like someone might need that goodwill or charity to lift them up. And
you had cancer.
Well, yeah, but I had bullshit cancer that we solved with a painful surgery. Like he said he had like blood cancer. Like I don't know much about blood cancer, but it don't sound good.
Sounds like it's everywhere.
Yeah, sounds like you're all. I'm full blood, Woody. Like that's what I'm made of for the most part. It seems like every time I get poked, that's what comes out.
Yeah, it seems to be what's behind everything.
It checks out.
Jesus Christ, there's so much of it in me. Like if that were to go bad, that doesn't sound good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but thankfully for his health, seems to have been a big old fib. So his blood, although sweet, is fine.
It's like a ragu sauce. It's too many red blood cells and way too sweet.
It's a ragu sauce. You'd be 3 bites into the pancakes, covered in them, before you're like, this is a little metallic, isn't it? You wouldn't know right away.
That sausage is kind of irony. Is that liver? Oh well.
Man, if he proves he has cancer,
a
lot of people are going to look horrible.
We'll have a 10-minute video we upload called "We're Sorry."
We're sorry,
dude. We'd be so.
It's like the fucking South
I
Park.
really would be sorry. I don't want to give it, but it seems like everybody's pretty zeroed in that this was nonsense.
Yeah.
You know? I really hope that he didn't like. I know Keem suggested it, but I hope he didn't like literally pump the cancer to make money on the charity. I hope it wasn't, or not the charity, the crypto. I hope it wasn't what I like said earlier, where he was like, "Hey, yeah, just think of this crypto as like my cancer fund." You know?
I think he said he rug pulled it to pay for his medical bills.
Okay, I guess they're not as combined as I don't.
I believe.
Well, that was a lie though. They didn't have medical bills. For a second, I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Maybe it's. Wait a minute, there were no medical. He doesn't have cancer. I mean, I'm sure there's medical bills.
He had a high iron count. He needed to give blood. That's not.
Oh my fucking god! So did I. You go give blood. It's free. They take it.
Well, he couldn't give the $5,000 back because
you
he needed a free
blood.
procedure.
They want it. But they don't want his.
Screaming at CoffeeZilla like, I'm not used to this level of scrutiny.
I need to watch the CoffeeZilla video then.
Oh,
he makes
only like
stuff.
8 minutes or so. It's good.
Yeah, the videos I've seen for him are all very good.
The Boogie said that money was already spent, and then it turns out that like the timeline didn't work up. When he says that money was already spent, he meant it was already allocated. I have intentions of doing this thing in the future. That's why there's no receipts. And
well,
it's great.
It's a sad day when Keemstar fucking votes you off your island. You know, you must have really stepped in shit. He's a forgiving guy. You think he'll be back?
Oh,
what do you think he'll come back and do? Like more Francis
Jabba
bits?
the Hutt, Francis bits. Jabba the Hutt. I really think you should listen to the show and get the green screen, set up a little saline solution.
Misa no have cancer. Misa lie.
You should just do a show.
Everyone's like, oh, that's fucking gold.
He needs to come out with another coin.
Me
right?
give your cancer pity money to her.
He should come out and be like, this is my fatty 2 coin. I have AIDS.
He needs to double down, make up another disease.
Let me show you a few of the luxuries I was able to afford with your cancer dollars.
Actually, you know what?
New Tesla did that.
How about this? It worked for Kevin Spacey. What if he comes out as gay?
Right.
Oh, that's the ticket.
Yeah.
I now choose to live my life as a gay man.
I choose to live my life as a gay man.
He made it sound like a role he was taking on. Like he was a method actor.
Me, I'm above reproach in this regard.